Okay, yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
It is right now. We're just getting everything streaming on this site. You can, I just don't have it recording just yet because this one was logged out. Are you recording now?
Yep.
Okay, then we are set. Okay, you can go ahead whenever you're ready. Oh, my apologies. Okay. With it, about 10 seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds.
Oh, no, you're good now.
Good,
It's already.
okay. Okay, this is a special, meeting of the
Hollister City Council on June 2nd, 2025. The meeting is now called to order. It's 4:02 PM. Vice Mayor Fisher, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes.
Okay, City Clerk, can you please do roll call?
Yes, Vice Mayor Pache,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Morales, Mayor Stevens,
Here.
and Councilmember DeAnda. Thank you.
Thank you. Just take your time. I don't want you following right through. You're good. City Clerk, are there any public comments on the closed items?
Yes, I currently have two speakers for the closed session items.
Okay.
So the first is Frank Garcia.
Please come to the podium. And I'll just remind you that you have 3 minutes, and please state your name and your city before you start. Thank you.
My name is Frank Garcia, City of Hollister. Oh, my name is Frank Garcia, City of Hollister. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Frank Garcia, and I proudly serve as a representative for the SEIU Local 521. Let me be direct. This crisis was not created by workers. We didn't misplace funds. We didn't fail to track ACH payments or retirement and healthcare. We didn't ignore the warnings or overlook the audits. And yet, we're the ones being asked to pay the price. You're demanding a 10% pay cut from the very people who kept the city alive through a pandemic, who showed up when it was unsafe, when we were short-staffed, when morale was low. And now we're told to take a pay cut or lose your job. That's not leadership. That's punishment. And it's aimed at the wrong people. Let me tell you what 10% means to us. It means groceries skipped, rent delayed, childcare out of reach. It means paying for real families, for workers who make the city run every single day. And while you ask us to make that sacrifice, you're still planning a 4th of July rally. You're telling the public there's no money for salaries, repairs, but somehow there's money for a party. Let me ask you, what exactly are we celebrating? Because from where I'm standing, this looks like misplaced priorities. And workers are paying the price for poor decisions made behind closed doors. We're not just fighting for wages, we're fighting for fairness, for accountability, for the basic dignity every worker deserves. So I'm asking you tonight, not just as a union rep, but as a dedicated public employee of this city, do the right thing, fix the mistakes, honor the people who kept the city running, and stop asking workers to clean up a mess they didn't create. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
The next speaker is Rodrigo Aguilera.
Is he in chamber? Oh, there he is. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, no worries.
Away on a jog.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so just again, your name and your city. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. My name is Rodrigo Aguilera. I represent Shout-
Catch your breath.
Sorry,
Gonna
I literally
stop
ran.
his time just really quick, just to give him a minute. Sorry.
As CIU president, I'm currently with the water department. Today I'm here representing several departments, including water, storm, sanitation, parks, streets, recreation, planning, the redevelopment services, airport, animal control, as well supporting the fire and police department. All these departments provide essential services to the community. These services will be delayed, significantly reduced in the upcoming months if corrective action is not taken by our leaders. Due to poor financial decisions made by the city, employees are facing ultimatums on of either accepting salary reductions for an unknown period of time or facing layoffs. Unnecessary spending continues with the 4th of July rally. The community deserves a 4th of July celebration, but not at the expense of taxpayers' money. Citizens deserve essential services and adequate public safety. A strong leadership is needed, required from this council, so I urge you to make informed decisions and consider the needs of the citizens before finalizing the new budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other speakers, Jen?
Yes, one moment, please. We have Speaker Mia Casey.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Hello? Can you
Ms.
hear
Casey,
me?
we can't hear you.
Ugh. Can you hear me now? Dang it.
Casey, can you try again? We still couldn't hear you.
I'm trying. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead now. It was muted. Hold on. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you at this time.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Man, I had to switch the microphone again. Sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I just want to express my concern about this 4 p.m. meeting. I know you scheduled it kind of at the last minute. You know, it's kind of an important meeting, and this time is not accessible for many members of the public who might want to comment on labor negotiations. I know that not long ago, you all emphasized the importance of moving meetings back to 6:30 so that public could have participation, but this meeting taking place now, I know that there are folks planning to come at 6:30, and I hope you will take that into consideration and allow them to speak then. You know, the potential for staff salary reductions or layoffs, it's really a very serious matter, and I strongly urge you to treat staffing cuts, especially public safety personnel, as an absolute last resort. There are other budget areas that should be reviewed first. For example, consider renegotiating some of the contracts like landscaping and cut back on those. Reevaluate consultant expenses and identify ways to trim legal fees. There are discretionary expenses that have to be prioritized for reduction before any staff positions are affected. And I would agree that it's difficult to justify spending hundreds of thousands on a motorcycle rally while asking staff to take pay cuts. It creates an impression that this event is more valued than the people who keep the city running. Greater transparency is needed regarding the true cost of the rally and its financial impact on the city. Finally, if staff are being asked to take pay cuts, it's only fair to ask, will management also be accepting a 10% pay reduction? We need to see thoughtful planning, fiscal responsibility, and open communication with both staff and community. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Any other speakers?
Those are all speakers for these closed
Okay.
session items.
Okay, thank you to everyone who gave public comments. So we are, I'm going to turn it over to City Attorney for announcing the closed session items.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 4.1 and 4.3 are public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, titles City Attorney and City Manager. 4.2, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representative, City Manager David Marioni and City Attorney Mary Lerner, employee organization, Service Employees International Union, SCIU Local 521, Hollister Firefighters Union, HFFU Local 3395, Hollister Peace Officer Association, HPOA, and unrepresented employees.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll now adjourn to, okay, we're gonna go into the next room, right? We're gonna go in there, right? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go into the next room for a closed session and then we'll be back when we're done. Thank you for your patience. all for being here and being involved in this in this civic opportunity, this civic meeting. I'm going to close the closed session, and then we're going to restart the next meeting. So I'm officially adjourning the closed session, the special meeting, and then I'm going to restart our next meeting, which is our regularly scheduled city council meeting. So this is the regular meeting of Hollister City Council, June 2nd on 2025. The meeting is now called to order at 6:49. So City Clerk, please do roll call.
Okay, Mayor Stevens, give me just a moment because I have to start the separate meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we'll go ahead and call roll. Vice Mayor Pache,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Morales.
Here.
Councilmember Deanda,
Here.
and Mayor Stevens.
Here. Okay, thank you for that. Council Member Resendez, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we are going to pull some items from tonight's agenda, and then hear them at a separate meeting. And so those items are 4.1, 6.1, 9.2, 9.3, 10.3, 12.1, and 12.2. So those have been pulled, and they will be considered in another upcoming meeting. Okay, thank you. So we're gonna move to the next item. This item has been pulled from the agenda and will not be considered either. So we're gonna move on, right, to the report out, right? Thank you. So City Attorney, can you do the report out on closed session?
Sure. So on the closed session we just had, there's nothing to report. On the closed session from May 19th, the report is the Hollister City Council hereby unanimously affirms its unconditional commitment to uphold and protect the public's right to address the council during meetings in accordance with the provisions of the Ralph M. Brown Act, California Government Code Section 54950 et sec. The council shall not impose any condition, policy, or practice that unlawfully restricts the public's right to make public comment on agenda items or matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. This commitment is made without qualification or limitation. The city council shall ensure that all meetings subject to the Brown Act provide meaningful opportunities for public comment consistent with the act's letter and spirit. That's the report.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to move into the public input section of our agenda. So this is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When coming to the podium, then please state your name and your city for the records, and then speak to the council. If you're joining us via Zoom, click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us via Zoom using a cell phone, use the *9. Each speaker will be limited. And I'm gonna just just given that our room is so packed that we're gonna go to our other rules related to packed houses, related to a lot of items. So we're going to probably have 1 minute on an item if there's more than think it's more than 10 speakers, so we're going to reduce the amount of time. So I just want to give you forewarning, if we have to do that, then we will be doing that on any of the items tonight. Given that we have a packed room, we likely will have to be doing that. So the maximum amount of allowed per subject for the public comment section is 30 minutes. Please note that the state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking actions on any items on the agenda. So do we have any public comment for this section?
Yes, Mayor Stephen, we have 12 speakers currently for the
Okay.
public comment portion of the agenda.
Okay, so we're gonna go to, let me check with you, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Let me check with you, clerk, is it?
We don't have a defined policy for this, so
Okay.
it's at your purview.
Okay, so I think we're gonna do 1.5 minute on this one, just so that we can get it going. Thank you.
So
We're gonna do
One-
1.5 minute. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna ask the audience to please not direct the council directly. We have a lot of speakers that are gonna want to speak, not just at this section, but on other sections. So please, keep your comments to 1.5 minutes. Thank you. So let's have our first speaker.
Okay, our first speaker is Arthur Hernandez, to be followed by Rodrigo Aguilera.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We, the essential workers of Hollister, are deeply concerned about the proposed 10% wage cut. This reduction would severely affect our already limited personnel, particularly in the sanitary sewer, water department, and altogether, the utility department. We are barely able to maintain the sewer system as it is. Cutting staff will lead to unaddressed overflows, unmaintained lift stations, and a decline in essential services. It is disheartening to see substantial amounts of money being spent on K-rails, Christmas lights, and 4th of July rally that does not generate any revenue for the city and actually results in financial loss. This is not just a matter of budget allocation, it's a matter of fairness and respect for those who have kept the city running. The mismanagement of funds in the past years should not fall on the shoulders of those who have worked tirelessly for this community. We want to ensure that everyone understands the consequences of these decisions. It is not our fault that previous budget decisions were made poorly, and we should have to be the ones to bear the brunt of these mistakes. We are here to serve and protect our community, and we hope the city will support us in return. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Rodrigo Aguilera.
Okay, so please, I'm gonna ask that we not do this, or it's gonna take us a really long time to get through all the speakers. Can we hold off on the applause? I appreciate the enthusiasm and the support that you want to show, but we have to keep things moving, and it's gonna take a really long time if we do that. I'm
And-
sorry, can you say his
Yeah,
name again?
This is Rodrigo Aguilera, to be followed by Bo.
Go ahead,
Leland.
Mr. Aguilera.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rodrigo Aguilera, SCIU 521, the current chapter president. Today I'm here representing several departments, including water, storm, sanitation, parks, streets, recreation, planning, redevelopment services, airport, animal control, as well as supporting the fire and police department. All these departments provide essential services to the community. These services will be delayed or significantly reduced in the upcoming months if corrective action is not taken by our leaders. Due to poor financial decisions made by the city, employees are facing ultimatums of either accepting a salary reduction for an unknown period of time or facing layoffs. Unnecessary spending continues with the 4th of July rally. The community deserves a 4th of July celebration, but not at the expense of taxpayers' money. Citizens deserve essential services and adequate public safety. A strong leadership is needed and required from this council. I urge you to make informed decisions and consider the needs of the citizens before finalizing the new budget. I'm united with Sam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilera. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Bo Leland, to be followed by Caroline.
Okay, please, can we please hold off?
Good evening. There is a fundamental difference between management and leadership. And somehow in this city, we don't have leadership and we're being completely mismanaged. 2 years ago at the police department, we were finally making a competitive salary, which was voted in by the council. We attracted multiple experienced officers who all came here to make this their home. Lateral officers who lived in Hollister who were finally able to come here and work because we had a competitive salary. We staffed a swing shift. We forced overtime was down. Response times improved. Proactive arrests were on the rise. This city was safer. Every single department in this city was better off because of the decisions made by those councils. The decisions and policies of this council, however, and the city manager have undone all of that progress, and it threatens to do further harm. We are mired in unnecessary bureaucracy and red tape, and you've made your employees of this city fearful for their jobs. You could turn around soon and you wouldn't have you'll be the city manager and the elected city council of a government without enough experienced employees to achieve any of your goals at all. And what's your legacy going to be at that point? Your city employees are a special group. We have always risen to the occasion to get the job done, even when we've been belittled publicly by members of this city council online. And we will continue to do our job. We crave leadership. We want to be able to trust you. We desire effective and responsible management, and we need you to prove to us that you are better than this.
Thank you, sir. Next. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask that you hold off on your applause, please, because
You want me to jump in?
can you, yeah. okay.
I will. So procedures for dealing with disruptions. You've given at least 2 warnings, Mayor, for the initial disruptions. The second warning, people can now be ordered to leave. In addition, we can empty the room of everybody except for the press if the public can't listen. This is a meeting of the council in front of the public. It's not a meeting of the public in front of council.
Okay, so can we just hold off on our applause? I'm gonna please just respectfully ask everybody to hold off on your applause so that we can listen to our speakers. Okay, please go, I'm sorry, restate your name and go ahead with your comment. Thank you.
It's Carolyn Roderick. Hi, council members. My name is Carolyn Roderick, and I'm a resident of Hollister, and I'm also a representative of SEIU 521. I'm here today to speak out against the threat that the city of Hollister's financial mismanagement poses to public services, our community, and SEIU membership. A 10% pay cut or mass layoffs doesn't just hurt workers, it puts the whole community at risk. Cuts like these will lead to delays, breakdowns, and serious public health risks. Until there's financial transparency and real accountability, these cuts must be rejected. Workers and residents deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Water. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Ochoa, to be followed by Vanessa Salinas.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Itlali Ochoa. I represent SEIU. I also represent the Animal Control. My department's incredibly unique in that we straddle 2 unions, SEIU and HPOA. You're now asking us to cut 10% of all departments within those unions. How is my department, who is 4 full-time staff, going to cut 10% of our staff, or have 10% of our cuts, our salary cuts that we have absolutely no guarantee that we're going to see back? How can you guys square that? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ochoa. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Vanessa Salinas, to be followed by Julia Brandt.
Hi, I'm Vanessa, and I just want to be clear that this is a collaboration between everybody. The rally is a valuable economic opportunity for our town. It draws tourists and visitors from all over, bringing the revenue to our local businesses, from hotels and restaurants to gas stations and shops. While we haven't always tracked the exact numbers, we know from the past experiences that the taxable income directly benefits our city's budget. However, we also do need to recognize that the economic recovery through the events like the rally could be crucial to the city, especially in light of the current financial challenges we're facing. If we generate taxable revenue from the rally, that revenue can directly help support essential services, including the public safety, without burdening the already overstrained budget. It's a way to help fund the services we all rely on without the need to have drastic cuts, layoffs, that could affect the well-being of our community. While I understand that the challenges we are facing with the proposed budget cuts are potential layoffs, I believe that the rally offers a practical solution. By bringing in visitors and spending, the rally can help generate the revenue we need to support the very services that are at risk. This is why it's a chance for all of us to work together, to work smarter, using the rally to boost our local economy and help fund essential city services without cutting back on the services that keep us safe. I also know that the public safety and emergency services are of utmost importance, and the rally can actually help ensure that the services thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Salinas. Next speaker?
The next speaker is Julia Brandt, to be followed by Mia Casey.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. I live in Hollister, not within city limits. My name is Julia Brandt. I'm a community member here for 11 years. I am a biker. I am a small business owner, but first and foremost, I am a single mother of a firefighter. While I have supported the rally so far and the many years in the past, I am torn. I do not agree with financial cuts for fire, police, first responders, or any of our city or county employees. These are areas that should not ever be cut. Paying money, hundreds of thousands of dollars for a biker rally and cutting funding to the aforementioned entities is not only irresponsible, but also puts our community safety as well as our first responders at risk and takes away from people's livelihoods. There are alternatives to the city paying for the rally on their own. I know that Mayor Stevens was on Facebook talking about sponsors. I've not heard of any sponsors, and it would be nice to know who those sponsors are and how much they're sponsoring. Mike Corbin has an event at his business every year. Let him do that. I think he handles it quite well. Let Hollister Power Sports hold their own little event. I still support the rally, but again, like I mentioned, I am torn. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Brandt. Next speaker?
The next speaker is Mia Casey, to be followed by Loretta.
Sorry, I almost didn't stand up there. I'm going to cut it short since you guys are giving me 1.5 minutes. Folks have said a lot already, so I don't need to repeat it other than to just stress again, there's lots of places to cut. Make staff the very last thing that you look at. If you have to cut memberships, if you have to cut travel and conference, if you have to cut anything but that. So the only other thing I did want to mention, because we've talked about the rally and I won't repeat what folks have said, but I did see the promotional video that came out yesterday, and I was a little curious about it because it had the city logo, and I just wondered if it was something that the council approved or the city manager had okayed. But in it, Mayor, you did talk about the coverage by sponsors of the whole cost for the rally, and I'd really like to see a list. I'd really like to know. I think the public would like to know. I think it would put their minds at ease if it truly is going to be paid for by sponsors. Also, I did want to talk about the mention of millions and millions of dollars for the rally. I think that's not really supported by data. I shared a memo that came from the former city manager, Brett Miller, he was asked to look at costs for the rally from 2013 to 2017. And I think you'll see, I'm going to run out of time here, so I'm not going to list them all, but they range from about $50,000 to a negative $33,000. We've never made millions and millions. So I just want to set some more realistic expectations, and I would invite you to read that memo, and hopefully it'll help guide you.
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Next speaker?
The next speaker is Loretta, to be followed by Rick Perez.
Good evening, council members and fellow residents. I'm Loretta Avina. I'm a Hollister resident, San Benito County for over 30 years. And I come to you tonight, not to be hostile, but with deep concern. As stewards of the city, we must hold each other accountable when decisions are made that affect the livelihood of our residents and the integrity of our community. Right now, the proposal to spend $500,000 on a motorcycle rally, an event with no guarantee on investment, raises serious questions about fiscal responsibility. At a time when pay cuts and potential layoffs are being discussed for our very dedicated city staff, this move not only feels ill-advised, but frankly, very tone-deaf. Our employees are the backbone of this city. They show up every day and they keep our streets safe, our parks clean, and our services running. To even consider cutting their pay while simultaneously investing in a very speculative event sends the wrong message about your priorities. I understand the desire to bring vibrancy and tourism into our city. I really do. But good ideas must be backed by sound business planning and evidence which you have not provided, and not just with hope or hype. This council is still, you guys were late, I'm going to reclaim my time. This council
you,
is still
Ms.
new
Abinell.
and that comes with a learning curve, but inexperience
Thank-
cannot
She
be
can
an
cut the
excuse
mic.
for
Thank you,
poor
Ms. Abinell.
judgment.
Thank you, Ms. Sabina. I appreciate it. Thank you. Can we have the next speaker?
The
Thank
next
you.
speaker is Rick Perez, to be followed by Eva Kelly.
Evening, Council, Dolores. Mine's pretty simple. You know what? I think it all goes back to you guys. You guys are messing up our city. Your character and the way you've handled every situation. I look at it this: when you guys first came into office, did you hit the ground running, or did you need to pause and get some more information on the fire contract? Seriously, it's been a hot topic for how long? How many? A year and a half? And you come into office, you don't even know what's going on. You guys haven't caught up, and you're way behind. And the decisions you keep making, you're never going to catch up. And you know what? You personally have taken down the morale of the city. I remember when we voted the fire contract to initiate the cancellation 270. You were chomping at the bit to get it. We couldn't even take a vote because you already wanted to make a vote on it. And it's like, and then you were the first one to stop it. And then you're the first one to start it. And then you go behind closed doors with you, Mayor. And you know what? You should stay away from contracts. What does that say? I can't see
Okay,
that.
can Mr.
What does that say?
Councilmember Sendis,
Can you
can
get a
you
picture of
please
that?
not?
JCAP?
Okay.
See,
Councilmember Sendis, please don't. Can you
See-
add about 15 seconds to Mr. Perez's comment? Okay, let's not do that, please.
This is our
Mr. Perez,
leadership. This is my
Mr.
point.
Perez, please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead. We're going to add 15 seconds.
I think I deserve an apology. What do you guys think?
Okay, so Mr. Perez, can you make your comments to us? Can you please, okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Perez, please go ahead with your comments. We're giving
And
you 15 more
this is
seconds and then I ask
this-
you, yeah.
Can
Go
we
ahead,
start?
go ahead, sir.
This is exactly my point. This is our leadership. Thank you. Now I got the whole floor. This is our leadership. You know what? And going and doing these contract negotiations that you guys know nothing about, coming back to the table and saying, "Ooh, look, we got 1.1 million more." Does
Thank you,
nothing.
Mr. Perez.
Does nothing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Eva.
Thank you,
The
Mr.
next
Perez.
speaker is Eva Kelly, to be followed by Josh Bezetta. Good evening, Madam Mayor and
Good
City
evening.
Council. Eva Kelly, I'm your planning manager, and I'm here representing the Mid-Management Association. We are 11 members of your management team represented across the entire city in community development, public works, engineering, recreation, and police. And I'm just here to, in light of the council's budgetary concerns that are coming to light, speak to and request the council to really consider the cuts that are not against staff that have been suggested by your executive, your management, and your staff teams, including contractor reduction in costs that could be saved. And you can preserve services by funding those as staff positions or just purely to save those things. And to also encourage the council to consider that the budget cuts and concessions that you're asking of staff are going to come at the back of staff who's already overburdened by vacancies, covering other positions. And there are no expectations to staff. I hope you can understand that it feels that the council does not understand and have a true evaluation of the impacts that are going to come for services and cutting of staff, or just burdening staff with additional vacancies and additional work when we lose these positions, while there are other options for saving money. So we've talked about the rally. I won't speak
Thank
more to
you.
it.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Josh Bezetta.
Good evening.
Evening.
As the president of the Hollister Firefighters Union and a city employee for many years, I've served this city through the 2008 recession, a local building moratorium, and the days of vaccinate or terminate COVID pandemic. Through it all, like many others in this room, we've persevered with great commitment to this community. But I stand before you tonight to say that I've never seen morale this low, and I've never seen the mistrust in this city so broken. City employees, firefighters, police officers, maintenance workers, clerks have all stood up here and discussed their voices about layoffs and budget cuts, and hopefully those pleas don't fall on deaf ears. Your actions to rescind resolutions, repeal the general plan, and now lay off essential employees have instilled the mistrust and mismanagement of you guys up there. You guys use phrases like, we need to work together with the city. Collaborative efforts. Those are all just words. Where's the actions? And now public safety and essential services are being used as bargaining chips for problems that we did not create. We, the Hollister Firefighters Union, we stand united with the Hollister Police Association and the local SEIU 521. We are frustrated, we are angry, and we demand change. Your mismanagement has consequences. You're not just balancing spreadsheets, you're gambling with the safety of our residents and the livelihoods of our hardworking employees and the city of Hollister.
Thank you, Mr. Rosetta.
The city
Thank
of
you,
Hollister
sir.
deserves better, and we demand it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next speaker. Please hold off on your applause, please. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Samantha Unadia.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, council members. Hello, Mayor. My name is Samantha Unadia. I have been an animal control officer for the city of Hollister and the county of San Benito for over 5 years. Our division recently experienced a 50% staff reduction. Animal control now operates with only one officer, an officer assistant, a supervisor, a part-time kennel assistant, and a support services assistant to service all of San Benito County. This reduction in staffing has come close to the all-time lowest staffing level of 2021, where the animal shelter was operating with an officer assistant taking on the role as an officer, a supervisor, and a support services assistant. This minimal staffing was responsible for the following: cleaning kennels, feeding animals, administering medications, monitoring animals' health and behavior, socializing animals, transporting animals to and from vet and grooming appointments, processing private cremations for residents' pets, taking complaints from the public, dispatching ourselves to calls, handling field services, coordinating with rescues, fosters, volunteers, a plethora of different areas where we cover. In 2021, the only relief animal control staffing had was the closure of the night kennels. This alone was not enough for staff to operate efficiently. Sleep deprivation, compassion fatigue, and depression were the results. The city needs to ensure that this never happens again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Medea.
The next speaker is Eli Harvey.
Good evening, council. This is Eli Harvey. As of today, former animal services officer for the Hollister Police Department. Very saddened by what is happening. I was sad that I even had to leave, but it's one of those things where animal control just wasn't making enough. And it's truly sad that we do a lot of work, and now my coworkers are faced to deal with this at this time. It's truly sad to see that they could be losing their jobs, and so I'm just asking that the council just be very mindful of what's going on now and where animal control is currently at. It's a bad time for animal control, but I'm positive that the staff there will do everything they can to make sure that the animals are safe, and they do all they can to make sure that the animals are okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Next speaker.
Okay, the next speaker is Vince Grewal.
Good evening, Vince Grewal, Hollister Firefighters Association Vice President. I couldn't have said it more eloquently than our president there. All of your city employees here are absolutely the backbone of this city, okay? They uphold a lot of professionalism. They make this city go around. I'm gonna keep this short. We submitted a vote of no confidence on a city manager. Hollister Firefighters Association did last month. The vote was unanimous, 100%, that we have no confidence in his actions. We're still waiting for your response. I'm assuming you guys got the letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grual. Next
Those,
speaker.
those are all the speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go on to our agenda, and in lieu of what what we're facing today, we're gonna move the budget item up to now. So we're gonna get the staff report on the budget proposal, and then or the budget presentation, and then we will move on with that agenda item. Let me get to that item. Sorry, so I can read it. So we're going to go to 9.1, informational report regarding the development of the fiscal year 2025-26 budget prior to budget hearing scheduled for June 9th. Can we get a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Are we ready? All right, maybe if we could shrink all the little Zoom boxes and take it down to one, it may block some of the slides. Okay, thank you. Okay, so tonight we're going to provide an update on the budget development following the last meeting. What we'll go over tonight is some background with a 5-year general fund history, the status of the financial audits, recent discoveries of under budgeted and unposted transactions and its impact on the budget, revenue projection update, efforts to further reduce expenses, and a discussion and direction for the upcoming budget hearings. So we've been having ongoing multi-year discussions regarding budgetary challenges that the city's been facing. On May 19th, we brought to your attention of a recent discovery in mid-May of some prior year's expenses that had not been posted to the general ledger, as well as some under budgeting in your UAL, which is your CalPERS pension debt. So that we were made aware in going through that we would have to look to additional cuts from approximately 10% to 17.5%. So I wanted to provide a 5-year general fund summary starting with 2021, and I'll talk about the audits in a little bit. And this is your actuals. This is across general fund. And so I have a couple highlighted squares that I just have highlighted for ease of discussion. So if we look at our revenues in 2021, this is not budgeted, this is actual. You ended up bringing in 33 million with expenses of 31 million. In 21-22, you brought in 43.4 million. I do have some highlighted areas there that show some significant one-time revenues, including in your permits and your use of assets, which was your your lease buyout for some of your antennas up at Park Hill. There was a buyout on the lease there. And so the actual in that year was 39 million. So as you can see, you've gone up $8 million from year over year. In 22-23, you brought in $50.6 million. However, 9.7 of that was American Rescue Plan Act funding. That was one-time revenue provided by the federal government to offset the impacts of COVID-19. In that year, your actuals were $50.1 million. And so if you look at just the revenue versus actual, you came in 457,000 above. Your revenue was higher than your expenses. However, if you were to take out the American Rescue Plan, you would have been $9 million short from revenue versus expenses. Your actual in 23-24 back to $44 million, but your actual expenses in 23-24 were 49.7 million. And that's a $5 million deficit. At that time, when we brought the budget forward to you, we had identified that these challenges and showed the difference and showed that you were going to be leaning heavily on your reserve to get through that time. And we had that discussion then. Your budget for this year is at 50 million of revenue. We did talk as part of a strategy as you had some one-time dollars available. And that's where you see that yellow square on the 16 million. As far as your budget for expenses, it was budgeted at 52 million. And as you can see, the costs across the different categories, the budget is broken out into 5 different cost centers: personnel, services and supplies, contractual, capital, and other expenses. So I'm gonna just leave it up there to give you a moment if you have any questions. If not, we can come back to it.
Yeah, I'm going to ask council to just get their questions together and then we'll just pose them.
Sure.
That's
We can always go back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moreno.
We talked at the last or a few meetings ago for budget strategies where you saw the positions increase across the city. Obviously a need for positions. I would frame that we are still in need of positions. We did have in the 23-24 budget a request for almost 30 new positions that we could not approve based on the shortfall that we identified previously. So I want to highlight and echo the sentiments of staff. There's a lot of work out there and the staff are juggling quite a bit trying to get the work done. I'd like to take a second on the financial audit status. So staff are in the process of providing final responses to the auditors on the 21-22 audit. I saw emails going back and forth today on it. They have confirmed a late July final review date. That usually takes a month and a half or so. We were expecting it sooner. Unfortunately, this was the update I received last week. They are working concurrently to prepare for upcoming audits. We did bring on 2 accountants last year, or this budget year, excuse me, to help with that, as well as Baker Tilly to assist with some of the reconciliation and going back through and getting things caught up. Concurrently, they're working backwards and to find any missing transactions that may have been not processed. And that was, we'll talk about that on the UAL. They have gone through and clarified all of that. Processes were put into place in 2024 with the addition of staff to address that. However, we're working in a situation where, you know, just short of a year ago, you were in receiving your fiscal year 2021 audit. Typically, you're receiving those in your third quarter and you're building your budget based upon audited financials. We are working to address the multiple repeat findings that have been outlined by our auditors for years, and I'm going to go through some of those. And these updated processes and procedures should help with the expediency for audits of 23-24. That's where a lot of those processes started taking place, and in future audits. For example, scanning of financial backup documents into the financial system. One of the challenges staff face now is you've had massive turnover and staff are digging through boxes trying to find a document that they hope exists. It may not exist. And at that time, you know, it was right around this time that the period is during the pandemic as well. And so it's a challenge when you have staff that either did not work here or may have been remote, trying to find documents or give justification to an auditor of why a budget said $40,000, but their expenses were $80,000. I think Sean had to answer a question like that not too long ago. And so we have to then dig and go do the research on that. So although the 21-24 ACFR, that's your financial report, your financial audit, received a clean, which when you see the word unmodified, that's a clean opinion. Both that report and the single audit. So a single audit is required when you have a federal revenue of over $750,000. Typically, you're going to see grants that tip us over that scale, or just by nature of having the airport, you're typically going to see it trigger a single audit. Those audit findings include, and give me just a second. And these are repeat findings: information technology, a cost allocation plan, how the census data was being calculated for your retiree health, procurement support, payroll liabilities, and activity in closed funds. For your single audit, financial close and material weakness repeat finding, processes identified for closing and financial reporting of fiscal years that were not effective your cash handling, your accounts receivable, your notes receivable, your other assets, capital assets, prepaid lease revenue, accounts payable, compensated absences, grant receivable and revenue, and various incorrect postings. This is from 2021. Additionally, a finding of grants, just the overall management of grants, notes receivable, cash and bank reconciliations, schedule of expenditures of federal awards, and your financial reporting timeliness. So a review of these documents will highlight the condition that's caused significant delays. Like I said, we do have a team on board, and I'm going to be talking to additional audit support teams to try to get some additional help to get that caught up. A simple review will show that those have been repeat findings for multiple years. So we talked about at the last meeting, I had this slide, which is your unfunded accrued liability for your pension by retirement plan. So this is easy way to think about it is your pension debt. If you had 0 employees, you're still paying this. There's the there's the contribution that the city as an employer and the employee makes for active employees. And then as folks retire, then essentially the difference that CalPERS has to pay and what they have for your piece of the pool of the plan, it gets billed to the city, and then they go through a whole actuarial process. So you can see the increase there in 23-24 was just shy of $3 million. That rises to $4 million in 25-26, and then as you can see, that keeps working its way up. I brought forward in September a financial tool called the Section 115 Trust. All that is just the investment vehicle. We have not funded it yet. We will not be in a position to fund it quite yet. But what that does is allows you to put dollars aside for to grow those dollars, and they can only be used for your OPEB, which is your other post-employment benefits, or your pension or pension debt. And so those tools were something that we were working on to put in place to start paying towards this, because this is going to be a problem. You're seeing this across many, many cities and jurisdictions. This is not unique to the city of Hollister. So I want to talk about the impact on this budget and future budgets. So, excuse me. We met with, I did mention that we had unposted transactions that we were working through. At that meeting 2 weeks ago, those transactions had been posted shortly before that meeting in about 4:45. We did meet with the employee groups to walk through this, and I'm going to walk through how I walk through with them. That is something I said I would do, and I wanted to do that as well. So from a position, just really quick for the benefit of the public, you have your beginning fund balance. That's what you basically start with. If the city was brand new, you'd start with either 0 or whatever you started your city with. What's brought in, what's your revenue, what's your expenses, what you have left. And then you essentially start the next year with what you ended the last year with, similar to, it's standard budgeting. And so at the end of 2021, you had $6.7 million. As you go into the next year, you start with that. You had a stronger year. You ended with 10.8. You then start with 10.8. There's that year where you had $50 million of revenue with the rescue plan money. So that leaves you at 11.9. And then you go into the next year, and that's where you come down to 7. And then this year, you would start with 6.3. And I want to highlight the difference there. You see it go from 7.2 to 6.3. One of the items that we have done is just shifted dollars to restricted reserve as part of that budget year. In your 22-23 approved budget, there was direction given to add to the reserves. That work was not done, and we went in and did that work to get it to close to what that level was. There was a request for the rainy day fund to go to there was discussions of going from 300,000 to $1 million to 3 million back to 2. And when it was all said and done, it's remained unchanged at 300,000. So that's where you see that difference, because it goes from unassigned fund balance to restricted reserves. So I wanted to point that out. That restricted reserve right now is 2.8 million in addition to the estimated fund balance. So then we talk about, the postings, and essentially just to give a quick idea of how that works. When a check is issued in your system, you code it to the proper account, check is issued, that expense hits the account. With PERS, they don't wait for you to cut a check. They're going to come into your account or into your bank account and take it. And then staff's responsibility is to go in and to post that accordingly. We do have a mechanism in place to help offset those costs that was developed in 2015-16. That is when PERS changed to the UAL, having the position of how it is now, where you pay a flat rate. That was as a result of PEPRA and PEPRA, pension reform. And so what was happening is you had a contribution rate that was on the employer side, just kind of off, that was a percentage of salary that was going into basically a liability account that helps offset the cost, right? So they're going to bill us, and then a deduction at every payroll, not from the employee, more of an employer side, goes in to offset that. Those were set up in 2015-16 and weren't addressed since. And so what we have done is gone through with the staff and updated all of that. That is something that as new employees or employees leave, that should be updated. And so we were able, through an audit with myself and the finance team, to discover that that had not been updated. We've since updated that. I've been serving in the role, we speak of vacancies. I've been serving in the role of finance director as well, in an interim role since early May, and was able to identify that with the staff and brought it to your attention immediately, as well as the employee groups. So what does that effect do? Well, if I do the same process where you start and you go 6.7 and you work your way down, eventually your ending fund balance goes to 3.1. So if I go back, you were at 5.5 million, 3.1, because those costs have to hit as expenses. And so that has been done, as well as some merchant fee adjustments. One of the other items that we're working to correct is during the pandemic, there was a decision made in an effort to incentivize people from our customers from not coming to the office. The decision was made to turn off the fee that is usually passed on to a customer for using their credit cards. So, you swipe your card at the DMV for $100, you see two charges on your account, $100, $250 for a convenience fee. That went away, so that means we cover the fee. And so that is something that was done years ago. We are working with the provider as we speak to get that turned back on. It's not as simple as a flip of the switch, but we're working diligently to get that turned on, because those pass should be borne by the customer. And so I wanted to also do the same slide. This is a scenario. I have a big red line across there, so we don't think that that's the actual position. But what I did is I took out the rescue plan dollars to show by the end of 23-24, by the end of 22-23, actually, had those dollars been out, you'd be at $1.3 million of ending fund balance then. And then you have the rebudgeting based on what the actual condition was in 23-24. As you can see, we were able to hold spending flat from 22-23 to 23-24. So with revenue projections, as we mentioned, where I showed the little yellow square, and we mentioned in budget this year that we were using one-time revenues in an effort to stave off any staff impacts, as well as work to get revenues right and to bring expenses down. But you can't keep spending the same money twice. You can't use one-time revenue as ongoing. And I think that as you start to dig back in those budgets, you see patterns of a one-time revenue becoming the norm going forward. So you have a huge building that goes in and you have a building permit revenue. You're not going to get that the next year, right? You're going to have big increases where you see, like when the Amazon building was built, those types of fees, those type of impact fees. You can't plan on that in perpetuity. The property tax continues to increase, fortunately, by anywhere from 5 to 6% annually. That's still strong. Sales tax and Measure W projections remain flat. I want to take a minute to address Measure W. I have heard about requests for an advisory committee or an oversight committee, excuse me. That was approved in 2021 and has, I don't know if it was because of the pandemic or whatnot, has never been seated. And so that's something that is required, and we will be bringing back an item for you to consider to form that. So the action was brought forward in 2021, but the actual seating of members and that type of work has not been done. On June 16th, we'll be bringing a user fee schedule and impact fee schedules to you for consideration with annual CPI, consumer price index adjustments. That is something that is and should be done annually. And then the enterprise rate study, we are having to update those numbers based on the debt layer situation there. And we're working with our vendor to get that finalized, and we'll be bringing you that back after the summer or the July break. Staff's starting to evaluate the special event permit fee structure, as the current price of $111 does not cover the city's actual cost by a significant margin. So we have various parades, events, farmers markets, different types of events. Those are under a fee, a special event permit. This is a complicated one depending on the type of event it is. And so staff are working together. A lot of different departments are involved in that. And so that's something that we would bring forward to you for consideration. But, you know, you have some of these events where, you know, we may have the public works team is out setting up barricades and all of that. And, you know, the cost of the staff time and at time materials is nowhere near the amount that we're charging. That becomes an operations is for us to do all that study work and bring it back to you. Policy decision is to say, do we want it to go full price, or do we want to adjust it to encourage the activity? That is something that we'll be working on and bringing forward to you. I wanted to bring this forward. We talked about this in December. However, that was prior to the transition of the city council. So we talked about different ways that you can also increase revenue. Sales tax measure. You do have some room there that you could discuss. You know, your sales tax, there's also, you know, there's a lot of work behind that, and public, you have to get the public on board. Transient occupancy tax. So that went to the voters when we talked about it in December. It had just passed, so that takes effect in July. We talked about different types of business improvement districts, PBID, which is a property and business improvement district, business-based improvement district, a tourism improvement district. The council had provided some support to Visit San Benito, who is doing that work. We have worked with their consultant to provide them with some data. You approved a non-disclosure agreement, and that Civitas is the group, has been working with them to start putting all that data together and that process. A utility user tax. These are tough to pass. These were typically passed 30, 40 years ago. They were typically passed by a council. And so when it went to the vote, they have a low likelihood of passing, but this becomes a tax on your utilities that also gets passed on to the city. If you look at other surrounding cities, many of them have them, and it's a significant source of their general fund revenue, sometimes 10 to 15, 17% of their general fund revenue. This is something that we don't have. Gilroy has one, Monterey has one, Salinas has one. And you see that as something that really helps to boost your revenue. The enterprise fund rate study, I just spoke about that. Airport rental study. So the airport director is working on that. We've had renegotiation or negotiation of new leases that you've seen come forward. And then the sale of city-owned property, looking at 190 Maple. We've had interested folks. We haven't listed it for sale yet or anything like that. I'm going through you know, a process with that, and would bring that back to you for your consideration. but I did get at those meetings, you know, the authority to at least start that procedure and start going through that, which typically you start with an appraisal. So expense projections, we talked about this at the last meeting. So these are some ongoing and then some one-times. So on ongoing, our insurance premiums are up $890,000. We did receive our public safety answering point bill from the county. That was about $500,000 for, and I don't have it here in front of me, about 6 or 7 years of contracted service. We will be working with them to discuss that, but that does have an annual price tag of about $100,000 for this next year. A few years ago when the landfill was a discussion, there was talks about, you know, and I think it was a surprise to some, but that the city does own about 5 acres at the John Smith landfill. It's been closed since 1982. And there are permit requirements, annual permit requirements, well monitoring. Miss William over at Public Works works with them. The 10-year permit on that is about $300,000. So that's what they've given us as the estimate. It is a deposit, so they work against that. In a perfect world, it comes in less, but the initial dollar amount they've given us is $300,000. Now, the Hollister Farms incentive loan repayment. So when the Boot Barn and TJ Maxx and all of those areas, that section right there opened, that triggered an incentive payment of $3 million. Roughly $3 million. And so how that was framed, it's something that we would whack it back in and correct it in our budget. And so we corrected that. And what we have to do is each year, 75% of the sales tax that's generated goes back to the storm fund until that loan is paid off. We have it budgeted at approximately $400,000 this year. As the site grows, there is still some vacant land. And businesses that are under construction, then that would accelerate the payoff of that. Inflationary impacts have obviously increased costs across all funds, and then the UAL pension debt that we discussed. I have been working with CalPERS to see if there can be a hardship exception, and I'm awaiting to hear back from them on that. Other examples of efforts to further reduce expenses. We talked about the potential elimination of majority of vacant positions, resulting in nearly $6 million of general fund savings, included in projections. Discussions with employee associations and groups regarding potential cost-saving measures with a priority to preserve jobs as we navigate current challenges. The Parks and Public Works, both Charles and William have been working collaboratively to look at sharing some storm basin tasks to reduce costs of how those get maintained. The Recreation Department has been looking at ways to significantly reduce the activities it sponsors and hosts. Earlier this year, your council ended the discretionary funding program, and it is not included in this next upcoming budget. The IT department has completed a comprehensive review of city devices to ensure that data plans are not activated on dormant devices, and then some cost-saving plans that he's looked at on the subscriptions and how those work that should save an estimated $40,000 across all funds. And then our city clerk has been working on a tool to help with the public record requests, to do some screening and initial screening that'll help reduce our attorney review by approximately in the budget $60,000. We'll see how that plays out. As you know, we get quite a few public records requests. Those are all staff time. Those are all significant amounts of looking for data, digging for data, and then reviewing and screening and making sure it's actually a responsive document, and then providing it to the requester. So we're looking at ways to use technology to help with that solution. Examples of additional strategies to reduce expenses. The reduction of training and conference budgets to only include critical training needs with a focus on public safety and critical infrastructure. The reduction or elimination of council member travel allocations. I've talked to Chief Reynoso about a reevaluation of the animal control agreement, and how we provide that service. A potential renegotiation of the joint use agreement with the Hollister School Districts for parks. We currently fund about $350,000 of general fund as part of that agreement that has been ongoing for a very long time. You have to look at the expenses and the costs associated with the Hollister Independence Rally during these budget times. We have an estimated net expense of approximately about $150,000. Are working on sponsorships, donations, the registrations, the vendor booth sales, the business license tax, or the business license that comes through. And that overall brings in, if all plays out, you know, it is sponsorships, close to, that would be close to about $400,000 to $450,000. And that would offset the overall cost that could range from $500,000 to $600,000 of costs across the board. So we're working diligently at that. And then you have the 4th of July fireworks show at Veterans Park, approximately $50,000 for fireworks, portable restrooms, staffing, and other costs. The contract for that firework display needs to be signed this week if proceeding. So these are items that you could give us direction on as ways to further reduce budgetary constraints for this year. Overall, estimated projected revenues with all of the adjustments and the reduction of one-time revenue is 43.3 million. Projected expenses at 47.3. That does include the UAL projections, which across all funds is roughly about $3 million. And so the projected general fund shortfall that we are aiming to close or to get close to closing and present to you to potentially use some fund balance savings is about $4 million. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for that detailed presentation. So questions from council? Questions on this side from council? Go ahead, Councilmember Morales.
Thank you, David, for that very thorough presentation. So I have a question. Can you share what it would cost if we would, so I did not see recommendations to really look at Object 2 expenditures. I know that you've asked the departments for 10%. Have you looked at, you know, are we going to meet that, and how that will impact not only our staffing, but our services to the community?
Yes, so the departments have all continuously proposed. They've been proposing even prior to the adjustment with the UAL. And so we've looked at everything to, sorry, Mary, city attorney costs, you know, with the solutions like that Jennifer's looking at, and all contracts, everything across the board. Everything has been looked at through a fine-tooth comb, and the departments are continuously bringing adjustments. I mean, Sean, the one that's on here today, Sean gave me numbers to adjust earlier today in discovering additional ways to save. I think the departments have all done a great job providing recommendations. It's not an easy task. I think though, when you've had such a significant jump and built on one-time revenues, that we have to look at that. I mean, you simply can't balance. I cannot bring you a budget that ends in a negative fund balance.
No, completely hear that. I also like to see, it doesn't have to be right now, but maybe at the next couple of meetings, opportunities for revenue and grants. So that will not have a negative impact on the city in terms of ongoing needs, understanding some of those issues. But, and also potential partnerships with any neighboring jurisdiction, any opportunities at the state or federal level. I know that the federal level right now has some hardships, but definitely opportunities at the state level, or even through foundations or other places. If you can, you know, has leadership been asked to cut? Is that part of this equation?
We can't talk about anything related to labor negotiations, but I believe the same 10% is being asked of everybody.
Okay, you don't have to go into further detail. And then can you
Yeah,
give us?
discussions that we had with groups were had with every single group. And I did have a discussion with the fire union president as well as command staff.
And can you give us a total of what it would cost? Let's say if city council were to completely eliminate the stipend and benefits, what would that dollar amount be
So if the city council worked for free,
for free?
I can pull that and
I think that would be
if you give me a
important.
moment, I have it.
Yeah, that would be important for us to know and something for us to consider as well. And I'm really glad that we are going to be bringing the 2021 Measure W Oversight Committee. I think that's going to help the community build trust in terms of government and overseeing the funds that they passed over the years. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Morales. Other questions, comments, questions? Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. So sometimes we get this information at the same time as the public because it takes time to compile, right? So we're seeing it at the exact same time. So some people might want to know, like, it sounds like it's been a while since the city's passed an audit. When was the last time we did that we entered into one and we successfully passed it?
So they've been ongoing. You can't start one until you complete the last one. And so in the end of May, the 2021 audit was completed, and that work started again and has been ongoing for the 21-22 year. And so that's where we brought in Baker Tilly to assist and hired the 2 accountants to help out with that. We were basically a city with an accounting manager and some accounting techs, but not accountants that their role is to simply process, journal entries and post revenues and expenses and go through that process. One of the challenges this year too is in fiscal year 21-22, there was a GASB, which is, kind of sets the rules for audits, a new lease requirement where you have to list all of your leases in your audits. And so staff have had to do a tremendous amount of work to identify the leases and ensure that they had everything in there to get them into the audit. So that's a new audit requirement that cities and counties had dealt with. Unfortunately, the status of those audits being the few years back, that also has added time because not only do they have to do all the normal work, it's gathering all of the leases. Now, the good thing is those leases then can carry forward into future years. And staff have been, ensuring that the clerk has copies of all, basically all the leases as they go forward as well. And so the goal is by correcting the past practices should help with the audit going forward. That's part of the challenge is how it was ran before. You simply don't, you're all over the place trying to find the records, which slows everything down, especially when, many of the staff are new.
What are some of the things that were making it challenging to pass the audit? Like, what do you mean by the way the city was run?
Well, it's not about how it's more the record keeping. So if they are going to ask, part in there is your procurement. So they're gonna randomly sample transactions, and then they test the transactions against your processes and procedures. So if you have a purchase that's $50,000 and it's for supplies for the wastewater plant, then your procurement policy is going to dictate whether you have to have 3 quotes, an informal bid, a regular bid, all of those different types of procurement methods. Then what you do is they test the transaction against the procurement method to make sure that you did it, because you have policies in place. Now, what's easy is to just say, I'll just go get it from the same vendor I get it from all the time and just cut a check and swipe it on my Cal card. Those things end up being audit findings because A, you didn't competitively bid it, and B, you didn't follow your own purchasing policy, because your purchasing policy is going to tell you the limits that certain levels of staff have to make those types of purchases. And that's what your audit is telling you. is that those processes were not being followed and had not been followed. I mean, you can go on the Federal Clearinghouse and look it up. They're there. It's public record.
Okay, thanks for that. And then what are the implications to a city for not having passed an audit for multiple years?
Okay, so it can impact a wide variety of items. It impacts your ability to get grants. It impacts your ability to borrow money. It impacts your credit rating. It impacts public transparency and trust, as you're hearing this evening. Yeah, many different things, but primarily, your ability to accurately budget as well, because you're standing in quicksand when you're multiple years behind on your budget. Because you just saw through that demonstration where, you could have a transaction of $100, but when you have a big one, it's going to follow itself all the way through to your starting point. So if it's a couple years behind and it's $100,000, that $100,000 is going to follow. You have $100,000 less to work with.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation, by the way. I didn't thank you. I appreciate you doing that. I think it was really enlightening for all of us. The thing that really stood out to me was the 43.3 million. You subtract the 47.3 out, and it looks like how much? We're in the red by about 4 million.
So you have a projected shortfall of $4 million. Now, what you've had in the past is you've had where, cities and counties will do some deficit spending where you're, $1 million into your general fund a little bit, or $500,000, that type of thing, but you have to have it to be able to do it, right? So if you had a fund balance of, $20 million, you say, well, this is a tough year. We're going to lean on it. We'll do this. We end the year with, if all goes well, according to your budget, then you're going to end the year with 16 million. And that's what you've had in previous years, where there was, basically the awakening of, you're now at $50 million. And that's where I showed you went from in the 30s to the 40 to the 50 in 3 years, and your revenue was not there. Your revenue was either rescue plan or some one-time revenue. Your revenue is not growing at that rate.
And it sounded to me like it was, due to a UAL, an unfunded actuarial liability.
So that is in addition to, so you were already on that path. And that's the path that we've been talking about for the last year or two. What that UAL does is, you've had where you talked about issues with the audit, and you can go back to old presentations where I've said, one of the challenges you have with being behind in your audit is you could have a transaction floating out there that completely changes your financial position. And I've said that publicly multiple times. Unfortunately, that's what that is. And so when that happens, now I've worked with the staff and I've received assurances that they have, from their new procedure forward to the old way catching up, that they have met. So I am very hopeful that I'm not bringing you surprises like this. This is not a position that I ever hope to be in, to bring you something like this, but I have to bring it. I brought it to you, and I brought it to the employees, and I brought it to you here. I wanted you to see what we talked about with the employees, and that was something that I let them know that I would do.
Okay, man, my last one was, when did that information strike home with you specifically?
So with me specifically, the last date for staff to get their budget entries in. So I'll take a step back. How a budget's built is we give projections. The finance department will say, here's the cost of staff, with all the different retirement, all these different elements that go into staffing. And then on top of that, you have a goal. So if your staff are 5 million and your goal is 10 million, then you have 5 million outside of personnel. The staff key in that side, the finance department keys in the salary and personnel. And that's standard practice in cities and counties. Usually the budget office will key those numbers in. I received notification that our finance director's last day would be May 2nd. Those entries were due May 5th. I did ask the departments if they could accelerate that and get it done May 2nd. So I would have the benefit of reviewing it over the weekend. They were kind enough to get those entries in. Once I ran all of those reports, seeing that the UAL is a $4 million flat payment and looking at the retirement costs that were budgeted and provided to the staff, it was very easy to see that that full amount was not budgeted. Therefore, the staff were given a dollar amount that was quite honestly was lacking. If you take that $4 million, roughly about 3 million was not included. So you should see that total. And when I went through and did that work, I noticed that it was not there. I worked with the team to identify it. I went through all their records with them. We had a bunch of meetings in here to kind of identify how that was discovered, and they had some work already done that they had been discussing with their team. We got that all prepared, and we entered it the night of the council meeting. That was as quick as we could get it in once we understood the full implication. I mean, that's basically a giant journal entry. So there's some work behind it that you have to get right. And so the staff keyed that in. They shot me a message at 4:45 or so on Monday, and was able to bring that forward to you for discussion.
So last question. So that was about a month ago that we figured out that, you know, we were facing the unfunded actuarial liabilities.
Well, that weekend, as I started to go through it, there's still, once you see an anomaly, you still have to go digging and researching, and you know, it was easy to see, okay, there's an issue, but then you had to go do the work to figure out where's the issue, where's the disconnect, what work has to be done, what journals have to be prepared. And so, you know, I brought that to you 2 weeks ago, which is, if I remember correctly, the 19th. And so that was brought forward to you. So all that work had been done and prepared and confirmed and posted on the 19th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. So I just have a couple questions too. Can you tell us when you might be hearing from PERS on the hardship adjustment? I'm putting that in quotes, related to the UAL. And when do you think you'll get that answer? And then could that, and if so, how would that impact our current budget if we were to get that? I guess it's some kind of an exemption or a justification through this hardship adjustment.
So the initial call is they have a program where they can adjust it. It's an actuarial adjustment. That was the first route I went. It's on their website. So I reached out to them. That's typically done, that process is typically done to shorten the time. So picture if you have a 5-year car note and you say, I want to pay it off in 3 years and refinance for 3 years, you're going to have a higher payment, you're going to have less interest. So unfortunately, that doesn't help us to have a higher payment. So that process, I reached out to them. It took them a few days to get me the information back. They typically say 3 to 5 business days. After they got that back to me, they then mentioned that they had this hardship program, which is not on their website. And so I asked them to connect me with that. They reached out and connected with me either Thursday or Friday to get a little bit more information, and are supposed to be following up. So that's the update there. So it could be, I mean, ultimately you're kicking the can. If they reduce some, then it would just, it's not like you're not going to owe it. So at this point, and even the reps were not able to explain how, you know, is it 10%? Is it 20%? Is it 30%? But they started the process of putting me into the queue.
So ultimately, the adjustment just means pay now or pay later.
Correct. You're not going to get away from your pension debt.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think that clarification. I think that we might have thought it was something else. I mean, or the hope was that there would have been some reduction or elimination of something that could help us with the budget, but clearly I think, anyway, okay, so thank you for that. And then I just wanted to check in on your estimate of the insurance premium increase of almost, it's like $900 million a year I mean, that's pretty jarring, right? So, is there a way to, uh, address that in a different way, like renegotiate with the insurance company, look for a different insurance company? What are some of the options? So, because that, that's the increase for next year, and I'm going to assume that that probably will continue to go up. So is there a way to address that, like through the insurance companies, looking for another insurance company or some other way to be able to deal with that so that, I mean, I just don't know how the city of Hollister will continue to sustain increasing costs at that rate. It's just going to be unsustainable at some point. So is there a way to do something like that?
So we are our own insurance. We're self-insured through Embasia. And so that's 10 cities through a JPA. And so what happens is they have your city managers are basically the board of directors through the JPA. And so what happens is they hire a group called Alliant that acts as the administrator. So they're the staff to the process. And then what they do is they go out and they shop insurance policies on behalf of all 10. Then the cost of those premiums are basically spread across the 10 cities based on various formulas and experience. So as the city has higher claims, then you feel that through the experience model. And those claims, they usually go about a 6-year period. So they work their way off. So what you'll see is you'll have a city that has a significant event, right? Where all of a sudden a city has a huge, maybe a disaster, something, a major claim. That claim will follow them for a handful of years because it's all averaged out over a period of time. And so essentially what happens is in order to bring those costs down, your experience needs to come down. So the less claims we have, the less accidents, the less all of those types of issues. And we are a full service city and we are the largest city in the group. So you do have cities in the group that, you have Sand City in there, right? And so they pay a percentage of those costs. But anytime that you have, insurance experience, it follows you for a handful of years. And then insurance just overall is going up. So they go shop the policies for the levels of coverage, and then it gets defrayed over all of the cities.
So when you say they shop, like who is the they?
So
in that?
that's the administrator of the plan, and that's through a group called Alliance. So instead of Embasia having an employee and hiring, and all of a sudden that's now employees and the whole 9 yards, they end up hiring an administrator, and they do this for all types of different self-insured cities. It's actually how most cities and counties are insured. And so what happens is they're the ones that handle your day-to-day. And then, you have all of the different, IRMA, which is your employment side. You have workers' comp that's through them. And so you have all the different third parties that group handles to handle your different types of insurance.
So I'm going back to my question, is there a way to figure out how to reduce that everly increasing, especially at that rate, cost?
So having your experience low, so more safety, less accidents, those types of things always will help. That takes time. The bigger the city, the more opportunities for challenges or for accidents and for claims. The other piece is if you looked at going to another provider, Councilmember Pache asked about audits. That's going to be the first thing they look for. So you have a real hard time going to a new provider without current audits because they too are going to want to know what they're insuring.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. I appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to move on then to public comment on this item. So do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor Stevens, we currently have 6 speakers.
Okay, let's go ahead with our 6 speakers, and I think we're going to stick to the 1.5 minutes for this item as well. So let's go ahead with our speakers.
Okay, the first speaker is Alyssa Carrillo, to be followed by Stacy Escoida.
I come before you with deep concern regarding the recent request for additional funding cuts across departments.
along with the possibility of wage reductions and layoffs. While I understand the need for fiscal responsibility, we must be honest about the real and lasting consequences such decisions will have, particularly on public safety and community well-being. The Hollister Police Department is already operating with limited staffing and resources. We are not a large department, but we are tasked with ensuring the safety and security of a growing city. Requiring further budget cuts or reducing our workforce not only compromises our ability to respond to emergencies, it puts both our officers and our community at greater risk. There is a point at which doing more with less becomes simply doing less. At the same time, I would like to point out a stark contradiction. In 2017, the city of Hollister hosted the biker rally, which despite vendor fees and revenue generation, still resulted in a deficit to the city. With that historical context in mind, it seems fiscally irresponsible to continue investing in events that drain city resources, especially when we are simultaneously discussing layoffs and wage reductions. The residents of Hollister expect and deserve transparent leadership by elected officials. They also expect and deserve reliable public services, which is currently being compromised. They rely on our police officers, our public works staff, animal control, firefighters, and every department that keeps this city functioning. To threaten those services while continuing to fund events with a known economic burden does not reflect sound fiscal policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Stacy Escada, to be followed by David Anderson.
Hello, Council and Mayor. My name is Stacy Esqueda. I'm with the Hollister Police Officers Association. I've been with the police department for the last 17 years. I've been through quite a bit with our city and have seen a lot. My concerns harken back to 2009 when I was one of the individuals that was going to be laid off at that point. It is a situation that I'm not going to stand here and place blame because that just creates divisiveness and it just distracts us from the actual point at hand. The point at hand is that we have a responsibility to our community and we have a responsibility to each other to take care of each other. And at this point, we're not really doing that. And we're not prioritizing what's of most importance, which is exactly our community and what it is that they need in order to keep them protected and to feel secure. I think all of your questions were exactly on point as to what you're asking, and you're dancing right around the issue, which is how do we make things secure enough? Mayor, you're talking about the insurance. If we have officers that drive 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year that are at risk of crashing because they're uncertain, because they're taxed, because they are on overtime hours, because it is a situation that they feel unsecure, we are at a point to exactly do what your concern is, which is to raise that rate. We are in a position right now that we need to prioritize where we're at. Thank you.
Mrs. Esqueda. Next speaker.
The next speaker is David Anderson, to be followed by B. Morgan.
Good evening. My name is David Anderson. I'm here as a longtime city resident and a longtime member of the Hollister Police Officers Association. And I'm concerned about the budget realities that we are facing today. So basically we are facing about a $4.2 to $5 million budget deficit. And that's not a projection, that's our current reality. Yet we continue to spend on discretionary projects as if the budget is balanced. The numbers don't lie. When the city departments are told to cut 10% on top of previous reductions, we're nearing 30% cut across the board in just 1 year. This is not sustainable and it is not responsible governance. It can get to the point of being reckless and irresponsible. And to the mayor's point of reducing the insurance costs, the rally, an event like that has a potential to vastly increase those insurance costs, and we should do everything we can at this time to minimize those expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Next speaker.
The next speaker is B. Morgan, to be followed by Chris Wells.
Good evening, council members. I'm speaking to you tonight as the president of the Hollister Police Association and more importantly, a Hollister resident. Hollister is facing a real and serious self-inflicted budget deficit over $4 million, yet we're still spending like the budget is balanced. We're being asked to absorb even more through furloughs and layoffs or drastic pay cuts. Public safety is already stretched thin. We're losing officers to neighboring jurisdictions, response times are increasing, and resources are wearing down. This budget deficit is being blamed on a complicated accounting error related to CalPERS UALs. While this may be the case partly, it clearly shows that city staff is unable to complete the most basic of accounting tasks. What else have they done wrong? And while this is all happening, the city is preparing to spend up to $500,000 or $600,000 on a 2-day rally. We keep hearing it will bring in millions on top of millions, but that doesn't match the math. With our sales tax rate, you need tens of millions in local spending, and that's just not realistic.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Chris Walls, to be followed by Mia C.
Thank you, council. My name is Chris Wells. I'm here on behalf of the Hollister Police Officers Association and also a longtime resident here. I lived through the 2008-2009 recession. Luckily, I wasn't one of those that got a pink slip, but we made it through that. Our department has cut and cut and cut. We're bleeding. We can't cut anymore. You asked for 10%, city manager asked for 10%, we gave 10%. He asked for another 10%, we gave another 10%. And now he wants another 7.5%. We don't have it. We just don't have it. We are losing people left and right. We're losing our staff left and right because they don't know about their future. They don't know what's going on. And we have cities all around us that are saying, come to us. We will hire you. We will pay you because we value our employees. And here we're telling them, we don't know if you're going to have a job tomorrow because we've got to cut. And you're not going to get a pay raise for who knows when because we've got to cut. But let's throw this great 2-day party for the bikers that's going to cost us $500,000. The 2024 Sturgis Motorcycle Rally in South Dakota, which ran for 10 days and had almost 500,000 attendees and 896 vendors, generated only $1.4 million in tax revenue. To claim our 2-day rally with an estimated 15,000 attendees will exceed the revenues of 10 days in Sturgis is laughable. We can only assume the estimates for our rally revenue were made by the same people that were clearly too incompetent to balance the city's books accurately.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Wells. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Mia C.
Well, I hadn't intended to speak again, but watching the presentation brought up some questions for me. So I know you can't necessarily go into them, but I'm going to throw them out there anyway for the city manager. Because so we've got that rate and use study that we've been waiting on for a few years now, and it's coming out, and that's very exciting. Do we have any projections on how that's going to impact the budget and in what way? Because I know we've been under our rates for a long time. And that brings my other question, which has to do with things like the airport rentals, which we've also been talking about upping those rentals for years. And is there any way to expedite that? I mean, it just seems like there's some things with, if we can keep trying to find money wherever we can find it and prioritize that, maybe it can save a few jobs,
Thank you, Ms. Casey. Next speaker.
Those are all the speakers for this item.
Okay. Sorry about that. I'm going to close the public's speaker input and move on to discussion among council. So would any members of the council like to speak on this? Go ahead, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you to all the members of the public for coming out here tonight. Can you go back to that slide that shows the past budgets with the yellow highlights? And then while you do that, do you remember how many new positions we added over the last couple of years? Okay.
And while she does that, Councilmember Morales, based on 25-26 projections, roughly about $172,000 goes to council stipends and health insurance and all of the benefits. It's about $172,000
A year?
a year.
Okay.
Collectively.
Thanks. While we get that up, I'm just want to remind the public that Councilmember Morales is the one that increased the salary for the council.
Okay, let's just hold comments from the audience. Thank you.
So
Go ahead.
So this is total and general fund, all positions.
Okay, so I think it was so from 2022 to 2025, where we're at now. So what's the increase there?
So as of the start, basically you saw the growth at the end of 21-22, which would have
Okay.
been part of your approved budget for 22-23.
Okay,
That's an increase of about 18 positions.
okay, so from 21-22 to 24-25, is that what you said? 18 positions?
No, just from the one year to the next. So
Okay.
when the 22-23 budget was approved, you have an increase of 18 positions.
Okay.
And then in the next year, you had 6
I see.
positions, and then in the next year, you had 2.
Okay. So run that back again one more time. The first time was 16,
18.
18 plus plus 6.
Yeah, you went 18. So in 22-23, you added 18 positions.
What's the total? Can you just give me the total?
That would be 26 positions.
26 positions. Okay, that's what I have down. All right, can we go back to the slide with the yellow? All right.
Let me make sure this is the right one. Yes.
All right, so here we go. 30 million, 39 million, 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. So we went from spending 30 million in 2020 to 50 million the last 3 years. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And if memory serves me correctly, the last 3 years, I voted against every single budget for sounding the alarms to the fiscal mismanagement and spending. You don't have to answer that question. Have these colleagues of mine adopted a budget?
The only members of council that have been here for a budget vote are yourself and Councilmember Morales.
Right. So I just want to say, I don't think it's fair to place blame on this current council. I did hear towards the end of the public comment some, I think, a little bit more open-minded conversation at the podium about working together as a community, facing the problems that we're having. So I really appreciated that, but I don't think it's fair for the public to place blame on this council when they haven't had a chance to adopt a budget. They inherited this budget crisis from the last city council. And if you don't believe me, look at the slide, look at the numbers. So it's now going to be their turn to adopt a budget and to have to address the issues that happen. Having said that, I think I don't mince words. I've been saying this the last, I don't know how many times that we've had the budget, that we're going to have to work together. I also say, and I think I'm the only one, well, not the only one, I've said over time since David Marioni's been here that our staff is deeply valued and deeply appreciated, and that I think that he is very competent at his job. I'm asking for our staff to trust in his leadership as we trust in his. And I'm asking for our staff to listen to that message from Officer Esqueda, who said that we're in this together, we're a community, and that we're going to have to work together to get through it. On top of that, we do have some realities to face. I'm not saying that we don't have realities to face, but it's not fair to blame this council and a biker rally that roughly cost about $500,000. And you heard it from the city manager. There is a slide on it tonight that is going to be sponsored for $450,000, when that could potentially help generate revenue for our community and for our businesses here. If you want to look at how much that brings in, well, first we have to have a biker rally, and we have not had a bike rally in a number of years. So after we have the bike rally, then we can address what the actual numbers are of what it brings in. And I don't think we can compare it to what other communities do. Has there been comp studies of that what we pay in our employees and what the neighboring employees are paying, or are we not allowed to talk about that publicly? Okay.
Yeah, there's been comp studies done in the past, and there was a large amount of positions that were studied as part of this last round for negotiations that were required in the MOUs that were signed last year.
And I know that we've given generous salaries over the last couple of years as well. So I'm assuming that we're doing, as far as you're looking at comp studies and what we're paying our employees and what we're paying in other cities, what would you say that that looks like, generally speaking?
It all depends on what the position is,
Okay.
because they're all done by classification. So some you could have where they're even, some that you could have that are slightly under, some that you could have that are 10, 15% over. They look at median, they look at average, they look at the total cost of health benefits. They look at the top step of pay and provide you, 6 or 7 cities.
Okay,
It's
but-
usually identified as part of the bargaining process.
And I'm going to assume that the employees have access to that. And I'm going to assume that we have access to that and that we can look at those and we can make our own assumptions from that.
Those are public documents.
Okay. So anybody can get that. The question about the insurance that the mayor brought up, I wasn't real clear about it either. So just real quick, I'm wondering, City Manager, Mr. Marioni, is there one city that might potentially have more claims and that's boosting the overall, or is that just simply based on what our claims are in the city of Hollister?
So it gets spread across. I mean, I could pull it here. I do have some of the paperwork, but I mean, the cities are much smaller, so we're definitely the big fish.
Yeah,
of
but
the
I'm
group.
just wondering, I heard you say that there could potentially be like a major event that happened that could potentially spike it. I'm just wondering, I'm assuming that you did already look through all the other cities to ensure that it's not just one other city that's causing that spike, and then we're having to incur that cost.
No, if you're responsible for the spike, your rates go up. So
Got it. That's what I was
yeah,
wondering.
it's your experience. So it's over a 5-6 year average.
Okay, good.
So when you do have the event, you live with it for quite a while. So, we have Capitola as part of the group, right? So when they had their issue with the pier,
Oh, yeah.
their rates are going to go up for a handful of years while they deal with the pier. And then they're looking forward to when that event falls off, because then their rates are going to go down as a percentage, because you still have the overall cost of the policy. Think of 10 cities going together to buy a policy that has coverage levels for all of us.
Okay. And then as far as the unfunded liabilities, it's my understanding, just again, so we're very clear, they have been paid. The problem was that they were not shown in the budgets that I had voted against the last few years anyway. So we're now looking at least on the budget, $4 million more, less than what we thought we had when we already thought we were in trouble.
So correct. So it's the way it was funded in the budget. So there was what it appears to be, as I've gone through it, is that there was some costs budgeted as like an average above, but it wasn't the exact cost that PERS basically publishes as a study. So
Okay.
PERS releases that. And then what happens is you eventually, so let's say they charge you $1 million, and then the deduction methodology puts $700,000 in. So it offsets that. So your liability is reduced. You eventually have to come in and do a posting of cash to offset that and bring your balance back to zero. And you repeat that. So what you should have in the system is, as employees are hired, you put in what pension system they're in, what type of health benefits, there's all the codes that go into employees. That should be maintained, and then the rates are to be updated each year. And so that rate and those employees have not been updated. They have since 2015, 16. So the methodology was set up, and it probably worked great for a long time, because you had a higher number of participating employees, and it's not out of the employee's pocket at all. I want to be real clear with that. But as employees fall off, then that's less that's going into the pot, which means you have to bring in more cash to true it up. So what you'll see in your budget going forward is it's not going to be seen as a retirement expense. It'll be shown as a separate expense, because in reality, it's a debt. And so to show it as attributed across personnel, really it's a debt cost. It's your service to your debt. And so It'll be much clearer. You'll see basically, but if there's staff included in the budget, there will be a new account that's already set up that will say, you know, unfunded, the unfunded liability, and you'll be able to see it.
Mr. Marioni, can you just talk about what the salary increases that we gave over the last couple of years is going to do to that debt?
So a majority of the debt is for your existing retirees.
Yes.
And then as in theory, the way that it's working now is that number should remain lower, because of PEPRA.
Okay.
So what you had is you had in the 90s and in the early 2000s, PERS would let you underfund your retirement as a practice. And so what you had is you had cities and counties basically spend that money, right? If you're supposed to contribute $1,000 and PERS is saying $800, then you start incurring costs. Well, fast forward, and all those people since retired, and you have not contributed enough to make that whole. So the city or the county is on the hook for that. With the PEPRA reform, we're not allowed to do that. So I can't say as a budget strategy, you know, we'll fund our employer side of the pension less. We have to put in the full rate that they propose. So every year they're going to publish different schedules. And there's basically 9 different groups. It's your police, your fire, and your miscellaneous. And then it's classic, tier 2, and PEPRA. And so, you know, as the whole PEPRA formula is designed to lower that considerably. And so, but ultimately, you're on the hook also for your employee share. So you could have an employee that worked here 20 years ago for 5 years. You don't even remember their name anymore, and they're working in another county making twice as much, and they retire tomorrow. You're going to be on the hook as part of that pool for the few years that person was attributed to.
Okay. COVID monies, the COVID one-time monies of $10 million gone?
Yes, so that was transferred in as revenue to offset the deficit there.
During what year?
That was 2022-3.
Okay.
We brought that forward as when we brought the budget to you. So we stepped into the role. I stepped into the role in March of 23. The budget had yet to be prepared. As we built out the budget and tried to balance it more to actuals, the budget was wildly all over the place. And so as we trued it up to actuals, we brought forward to you that budget was going to be a lot higher because I couldn't just simply under budget. And as that has worked its way through, you're seeing from the actuals that actually panned out. We did work with departments through the years to try to keep expenses down because quite frankly, your revenue was going to outpace, or your expenses were going to outpace your revenue. The UAL piece that we're talking about is, unfortunately, it's icing on the cake. You are already in a position, as you can see here, where the revenue simply isn't there. You're not growing by that level throughout the year. So if you look, you have 33 million, then you go to 43. But again, if you look at licenses and permits, you go from 2 million to 6 million. You've never seen 6 million cents. And then on the charges for service, you go from 3.6 to 5.3. You're starting to see that's starting to make its way back up, especially as we do our fee studies and increase our fees to align with the cost that it takes to do business. One of the challenges, and I'm happy we got the user fee study across, is for every fee on that schedule, and we're going to bring it back on the 16th for an inflationary update. Every single one of those fees, and I thank everybody that was involved in it because it was pretty much almost every staff member had at some point some role. It's an interview process. So to do a permit with animal control, you're going to walk in and you're going to spend 15 minutes at the reception counter and you're going to fill out a paper. They're going to take your money. Then they're going to key that in, right? And then do all of the steps. What we do is we have to interview basically the staff identify, I take 15 minutes, my full cost is X, add that in, then it goes to Mary, she takes 15 minutes and that costs $20, and together that fee should be $100, right? You go through and you repeat that over and over again for each fee. Because if you don't do that, then what you're doing is you're charging $30, right? Let's say it's $30. And I know I'm using animal control, the permit fee for a dog, I remember with mine, 3 years was $18, right? but it most likely cost the city more than $18 for the staff that are actually opening that letter. You know, when it gets shipped to your house, they're going to open it. They're going to process it. It's got to get keyed into a system. They're going to send you, you know, the whole process. So we actually go through it and say, when we add up all of the staff costs, the paper, you know, all those different things, if you have a subscription that's associated with it, then that fee should be $48. I'm going to make a number up. Then that becomes a council decision. If you say, well, $48 sounds too expensive, it should be 30, right? Because the idea is a user fee is for the benefit of the user individually. Whereas our other, like tax and all of that with police and fire and roads, those are services that are just general, right? Whereas a user fee, I may never have a dog, so why should I get less police, fire, and roads to charge a lesser amount for a dog license? That's really the theory overall, is a user fee is for the specific benefit of the single user. And then that's where you get into, well, then you, does the council want to have a senior citizen discount or those type of discounts, right? But overall, you're going through that process. Well, when you have fees that haven't been assessed or adjusted, 20 years ago, maybe that $18 worked pretty well. Now that $18, you're paying staff $50 to do $18 worth of work, right? It's like a business that never looks at its prices. We're a business, we're a municipal corporation. So as you go further away from the cost of service versus what you're charging, you're just basically losing money at that point. And as costs go up, as, you know, staff costs go up, paper goes up, the cost of everything goes up. If you're not reevaluating those fees, then you're just, your deficit is just separating, right? And so that's the idea there.
Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sorry if I was.
No, I think you're doing a great job. I really appreciate all the detail and depth that you're doing. I think, again, very competent. I think last question is going to be, if we continue along the path without making any of the recommended adjustments, let's say we go back to cutting the 10 and then the 10, like, let's say we just kept continuing to go along the path without making any of the recommended adjustments that this council has adopted, could the city go bankrupt?
Certainly, I can't bring you a budget that ends in a negative number. I mean, you can't adopt it. You would have to, you know, there's.
So again, I don't think it's fair when this council, including me, because I didn't approve those budgets, did not adopt a budget that was fiscally irresponsible. COVID funds gone, rainy day funds gone, 26 employees, increase in salaries. I don't think it's fair for you employees to politicize that and to put it on these guys. And I don't think it's fair for you to use the biker rally as a carrot or as a selling point by saying it's going to bankrupt the city. I, again, am very empathetic about the position we're all in. However, we have to face the realities that we're in. And I think for the first time in a long time since I've been on the council, we're going to do it. You can say whatever you'd like to me. That's rude. Very rude. And you can continue to flip me off as well. That's fine.
Councilmember
But it's
Rosales,
very
can you-
rude.
Councilmembers, please-
Anyhow,
please, from the chamber, please, can we call order to, can we please, from the chamber, can we please have order? Thank you.
not
Can
surprising.
you
but
finish?
real
can you
quick?
Please
Yes,
finish your comment.
100%.
Okay, Councilmember Sanders, are you?
I'm going to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're in a position where we have to make some very hard choices. I would lean on the advice from Officer Esqueda that we need to come together. I've said it again and again and again. We're going to have to work through this together. And if we don't have the cooperation of our very capable city manager, including our staff and the very capable city council, then we're going to be headed towards some rough times here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Resendez. Councilmember DeAnda, any questions or comments? Any questions or comments on this side of the room? Okay, go ahead, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
I mirror what Councilman Resendez is saying about city manager. I think he's doing a fine job, especially since he just took the helm, what was it, March of 2023? right? When I couple that date, March of 2023, up with the exact slide that we're on right now, some pretty stark number changes appear to happen in fiscal year 2022, 2023. And you came in the middle of that year, 2023, the end of that cycle. So what were some of so basically a red number with brackets around it is a bad sign. It's a bad direction. That's a bad day. That's basically being in the red. What were some of the things, some decisions that were made that resulted in us getting into this financial situation in just the last 3 years? Just the big ticket items.
Well, I think the big ticket items, if you look at revenue, it's building your revenue projections off of one times. And that's the challenge. Your taxes are, the first line, they're there, and you're seeing the growth. You see what you're going to see each year. You did have some, 22, 23 to 23, 24, you jumped $1 million. It's moving. It's not moving at the pace that the expenses were moving. What the city has done traditionally, if you look in other, that's going to be your transfers. So since Measure W came to pass, those dollars were transferred into the general fund and then used as a general fund dollar. So that's something that the advisory or the oversight committee, can look at as how costs are budgeted. But that essentially that's in there. So I want to make sure that that's clear. And it's typically been, $7 to $9 million. It's gone flat this last couple of years, right around $9 million. It'll typically come in a little bit higher than your sales tax because it's sales in use. However, if you just look overall, and that was the message when the budget was presented in 23, 24 was truing back up to actuals and building the budget based on kind of the reality that we were seeing. That was not an easy position to come in and say in a couple months, hey, by the way, your budget is here. This is where you're actually at when I cost out all of the, the things that exist, the staffing costs and those types of things, and just the normal doing business, the operating supplies, all of the different costs that are associated. And so you see it where you had that one big year in 21, 22. If you were to just, reduce those by some one times there, you're basically going 33, 36, 40, 44. And then we had the one time of four-ish in there for this year now. And you're at around, 46, 47. It's kind of the pace you're on, which is a good pace. Going up $4 million a year or so on a $40 million budget, that's a 10% growth. So that is strong. Where you're going from 31 to 39 to 50, and there is going to be one-time expenses in there as well. But that's where essentially you've kind of plateaued at that amount while we're waiting for revenues to catch up. And that was when we had the discussions this summer or last summer during the budget of building in vacancies and holding those positions tight and trying to bring savings in. The whole idea was to avoid having to, basically the direction was and the goal was to not have to impact anybody in their job. Now, granted, vacancies do have impacts on staff. If you're in a department with a lot of vacancies, the staff that have spoken they're absolutely right. You're picking up the work of those folks. Some of these positions here, we had an economic development manager position. We never filled that in our office. Those are vacancies. You pick up that work. And so that is a fair statement that the staff are making. However, that was the goal in that was to, hold those vacancies. And that's been the discussion with the departments is try to hold them and build to a pace where that revenue has been able to catch up. And as you could see, we've done a pretty good job of keeping the expenses flat from that period while the revenue has continued to grow. The challenge we have now is you still have some of the pension costs that are rising, as well as the significant one-time costs that I walked you through. I mean, I have to pay the state for the landfill permit. You know, we have the PSAP, we have the insurance costs. All of those pieces too are also part of that grand total that, you know, we have to start from that position.
Thank you.
So I
Is that-
just have one last question. It's a
Okay.
quick yes or no. So thank you for that. That was the big one. So would you say that the decisions made by previous council is resulting in the situation that we're dealing with right now? Just yes or no?
I'm not going to opine on, I'm not going to pin it on one council or another. I think the numbers show what the path has been and the efforts taken to stabilize that, to try as revenues catch up, quite honestly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Go ahead, Councilmember Morales.
So first, I just want to say thank you to all the staff. When I came on council, we had a 40 to 60% vacancy rate, and folks were doing multiple jobs for years. So first, I want to say thank you for carrying the city of Hollister and the residents in the community. Then we had COVID, and many of you risked your health, your family's health, to also get us through the pandemic. So I want to thank you for all your work. You know, I can't see how you can blame previous councils for the rise in CalPERS. The one-time money was put in the general fund. This isn't about blame. This is really about what are the solutions. We're here right now. I want to say that our staff are the heart and soul of our community. We can't do anything without our staff. We can't do anything without their trust and their support and commitment to this community as they have for the last decades. So first, I want to thank you just for everything that you have done and continue to do for our community, for each other. And we are going to get through this somehow. I would like to prioritize our staff at all costs. You know, I'm willing to give up everything in terms of, you know, benefits and salary. I hope my council members would follow suit. I know it's a drop in the bucket, but I think if we're willing to commit to something, I think we could commit to at least, that might save one or two people. I would love to do that. I would hope, you know, that when we are looking at budget reductions, that we are considering when people leave, when people separate from, you know, our city, if they generate money, we shouldn't just hold the position. We should truly analyze the work, because the work is really what translates into what actually happens to the community. We should prioritize essential services, and everything that is not essential, we should consider not doing. People's lives are lives, and they're important. So anything that deals with saving people's lives should be prioritized. So we really need to look at this from a very strategic way of doing business. Don't just say 10% across the board, 10%. I think 10% is something that we could look in terms of strategizing, bringing in revenue. I know we're limited, but in looking at numbers, there's a lot that we can do. So I'm hopeful that we can actually look at this budget in terms of different opportunities. We are going to look and have those difficult decisions and conversations, but we should definitely have them with our employees, with our community, make sure that there is communication back and forth, that it's not just, here it is, you kind of have to do it because you have to do it. I think it should be a conversation. We really should look at what are the impacts to people. Our employees are people too. Our employees have a family, they have obligations, they have to take care of their family members too, who are our residents, who are our community members. So we are still a community. One of the most beautiful thing about Hollister is that we're here for each other. That's been my experience since moving to Hollister. And, you know, I want to be able to move from the blame and really just try and figure out as a team how we can look at what are some recommendations from our employees in terms of what we can do. If you don't want to do it directly with our city manager, go through your union. You have the ability to meet with any of your council members. to bring up any solutions. You're the ones that are doing the job. You're the ones that know best what actually happens on the ground. You can provide us with the best recommendations or possible solutions and how we can move forward. But I'm hopeful that we will move forward together, and that it will not have a negative impact on morale, or it will not cause harm to our community resulting in people's deaths. I'm hopeful that we can get through this together, one way or another.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I ditto. I'd want to just highlight, I appreciation for all the hard work. The fact that, I mean, I think, our city manager said that there are staffing needs, that even though we have vacancies, there may be other staffing needs. I'm sure that there's no doubt that they're there. There's staffing needs. We would like to see that happen because we know that that can help us. And we also know that this year we don't have the revenue, we don't have the money to cover any additional positions. I think it's a very, very difficult position to be in. However, I think that we can move forward if we all are working together on some of the cuts. I echo your sentiment about giving up what the council gets. The council gets 170. I mean, thank you for that number, 170,000 a year for the 5 of us. And I did have a question about that. Can you break down which part of that is the stipend part and which part of it is the insurance, the healthcare benefits and those things?
Yeah, the stipend is 51,600, and then the rest is health insurance, the life policy. There's a slight PERS contribution, as well as your FICA and all of those types of things.
Okay, so the actual stipend that we get, it's about 50,000 a year for the entire council, which is about 10,000 each, which just do the math, it's less than 1,000 a month. That's basically what we get. So sometimes we get, at least I've gotten some of these comments. I've heard these that, it's your job. I'm like, we get a very small amount to sit here. The insurance, however, that is a more significant cost. And so I do think that it may be some opportunity there to save money. I think that I would not be opposed to considering whether that should be there. However, I will say that my only concern about that be for future councils, if you are trying to incentivize people to run for these positions when there is when you don't have much to offer in that way, they may not be able to afford it. That may be a way to encourage a more general population to run for these seats, because otherwise only those that are financially able to sit in these positions will take them on. So I just, having said that, I just wanted to just say that. However, I do think that we should look at that. I think it is an opportunity for us to save some money. And then I do want to also address the rally. So as our manager just spoke, we have the majority of the costs covered. So those are not coming from our coffers. A small amount may come, but most of it is covered. And the infusion of money will come into our economy, our local economy. That means our businesses. That means that some of that will end up being sales revenue that comes to the city. But our local economy, if we see an increase in that, if we can boost that economy, then that is a trickle. It adds, or it encourages a more economic development. If we have an economy that's going down, then it disencourages economic development. So we have to find ways. That is not the end all be all of how we're going to save the city. That is one way, by having events that bring in some outside money into our local economy, that helps us to boost our economy. That's one way to do that. And so we need to encourage those kinds of activity that will help to bring things to our local economy, encourage more businesses to open, encourage more people to come to our city and spend their dollars so that we can find ways to increase revenue. So that's an important way to look at that. And we have to continue to look for those types of revenue inducing practices, events, policies, etc. That's the only way that we're going to get ourselves out of this. If we only cut, and to your point about the essential, I was going through my I was trying to think like what do we have that is not essential, and I'm not sure that we don't. Like certainly public safety is always our priority, and if you look at any budget throughout the years, it's all like the public safety is always the biggest piece of the pie, always overwhelmingly the largest piece. The other ones are, you know, they take care of our water system so we have safe, clean drinking water, our sewer systems, our roads. We need to be able to drive on our roads. We need to have some good roads, and we know that we've had a lot of complaints about the way our roads look, and our roads are looking better. So that's another thing that comes out of that. Then we have our parks, and so we can say, well, let's not have parks. Well, then our parks then are there not, the lawns aren't mowed, the bathrooms aren't clean, our children, when they want to go play somewhere, there's nothing that's safe. It will be there. We will then have blight in our park. So and our downtown for that matter, because Parks and Recs take care of the appearance of our downtown. So I just want to just bring that home, because all of our employees have a role to play, and public safety is the most important. We do give more priority, overwhelmingly more priority, but public safety. But if we don't take care of all of them a little bit, then we will have a city that is in disarray, and it will not be a good place to live, and people won't want to come here. So I think we need to keep that in mind, as well as we want to make sure that we have safe water, our sewer systems working, our roads are being taken care of. So all of those are important things. I just wanted to point that out. And that's all I'll say for now. Did you have another question, Councilmember Resendez, or a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Stevens. Just as far as the recommendations, then I think that the city manager is looking for direction. I would recommend that we move forward with all of city manager's recommendations, other than taking away the biker rally.
Can you go back? Can you pull up the list again so that we can see what they are, so that all of us can be reminded and make sure that we're looking at all of the different recommendations?
Here we go.
So I guess, Mr. City Manager, is this the slide that you think we have not considered that we need to move forward on, or consider moving forward on, or is it both the slide before this and this one?
I think the slide before, this has been things that the staff have been working on and keying in. So here, if I can just maybe walk you through. So looking at training and conference budgets to only include critical training needs with a focus on public safety and critical infrastructure.
So if I can just like speak to that one. So then here's how I am interpreting this, and you tell me if this is what this means. I know that oftentimes city employees and other government jurisdictions will send employees to conferences that are kind of enrichment opportunities that help them to build their skills, to re-energize, renew some ideas of how to make the city, county, state, whatever the entity is. So sometimes, and those are really important. Those are important because it helps for the learning and the skill building to continue. However, your recommendation is that for now, we may not be able to do those enrichment kind of training and conferences, and only those that are essential critical trainings that are needed for public safety and crucial infrastructure are the ones that we would be sending our staff to.
Yeah, and I would be looking to the department heads for their advice on that. They've got their requests programmed into budget, but for especially public safety and then in public works, there's requirements and ongoing training requirements. So we wouldn't want to jeopardize that in trying to get to a cut. Those are requirements. So I would look to the chiefs and to our public works director and our other department heads to give advice as to what makes the most sense. We don't want to cut training that's required in any way.
Yeah, we can't do that. Can't do that. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, right
did go on,
now,
sorry.
right now, your council member travel allocations are $20,000 or $25,000. You have
Is that per, it's for
No.
the entire council?
No, so
Okay,
what-
let's just
what-
be really clear for the county. It's for the entire council. Okay, thank you.
So that policy got changed. Essentially, Mayor, you have $5,000. The remaining council members have $4,000. And then there was a pool for an additional $4,000, like if someone needed, an extra $500 to get across the finish line, or there was something else that someone wanted to go to, then they could, basically they'd have to make a request. All of the travel is approved by council, but I mean, this would save you $25,000 if you took it away completely.
Okay, thank you.
Work with Chief Reynoso regarding our animal control agreement. Okay. Work with the Hollister School District in regard to the joint use agreements for the parks. Right now, there's 7 parks that are under a joint use agreement at $50,000 apiece.
Can I ask, and so would that then make those parks not part of public parks, or would those just simply be that we are not involved in the maintenance of it? What exactly would that mean to the public?
So what happens through those agreements is it's typically your schools. And what happens with the schools is they are used by the students to a certain time, 5, 6 o'clock, depending on what the park is. And then the city, and then it becomes a park for the residents to just go, play soccer or whatnot until sundown. City staff then go around and close up all of those parks as well.
So essentially, so this is the one I'm thinking of, Sarah Vista. There's
Correct.
often softball, soccer, baseball, things like that happening there when school is out. So
Correct.
then essentially those would close the gates would close as soon as school is out, and our public would not have access to those. Is that what you're saying?
In the worst case scenario, we would work with them obviously and try to have those conversations. You can also, the way you could look at particular parks. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing. If there's a handful of parks that are used more than others, that's something you can look at as well.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, good. Thanks. Yeah, I think we might want to do that. And so we have a better idea, and more importantly, so that the public has an idea of when we do things like this for as cost saving measures, what that means for you, your family, and then children.
Okay. The next one is not proceeding with the Independence Rally. We do have an estimated net expenses of 150,000, of course, with sponsorships, revenue, vendors, all of that. That is an assumption in working with road shows. So you have to be comfortable with, sponsorships and vendor fees and business license fees, and all of those are assumptions. And so I just wanted to put that out there and get your direction if you want to continue to proceed with it.
And then the last one.
So the last one is the 4th of July fireworks show. This is something we would have to get clear direction this evening, because the way that the contract, they need time. So we have to sign the quote, basically. The quote's about $39,000, and then everything else that goes into it. So if that's something that the council would not proceed forward with, then what we would do is let the vendor know that we're not going to go forward, and then work with our other vendors to stop that, as well as staff would not have to work the event at a cost.
Okay, okay. So, so we need to give you clear direction. So, any questions or comments on this side? Room. Councilmember Morales, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would be in favor of moving forward and not doing any of these items in order to look at saving staff positions and minimizing impacts to our employees and community.
Mayor Stevens.
Go
point of
ahead,
clarity.
Councilmember Sens.
Thank you. So Councilmember Morales, you're in favor of not having the biker rally as well. Is that true?
That is correct. If we're
Thank you.
looking at $500,000, potentially $600,000, cost of insurance, potential liability issues, potentially a lot of the projected revenue is uncertain, and based on the information we received, we're looking at in past years, it was a deficit. That's not an accounting, overtime cost or any other cost. Because of the situation we're in, if there were any other circumstance, then I would say, yes, let's move forward with it. But if you're looking at $500,000 to $600,000 equaling people, that's a lot of positions. And if we're looking to have an impact on $4 million, that's a significant chunk of money. If you want to bank the sponsorships and do a bike rally next year, then that's seed money for next year. But I think this year we really need to, by law, pass a balanced budget. And that's what we need to really focus in less than a month. I mean, we're looking at really 2 weeks to really close the gap on $4 million.
And if
Okay,
I could
thank
just
you.
clarify, in regard to sponsorships versus expenses, if it's not as clean as you would just save, I'm going to say $500,000, right? Because you also wouldn't get the sponsorship revenue or the booth rentals or all of those things. So it's not a perfect wash. I don't want to imply that you save $500,000. You save the difference between whatever the revenue would be coming in and your grand total of expenses. So, but there is certainly
Thank you.
expense associated.
So if you had to say, this is going to cost the city what, not knowing what the potential revenue might be, what is it going to cost us today? Like, what would it cost us to do it without looking at anything that may be coming in? Because we don't know what that is. Like, we don't know what all the costs, we know what the costs are, but we don't know what all the potential revenue is. Right? And some of the sponsorship money can be used for other things. Some of the sponsorship money that's specific for the rally can be put in a trust or put in another bank and used next year.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure if a sponsor would want to sponsor an event that's a year out, but the estimate that we have on the table is $150,000. An estimate is an estimate.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Morales. Do you have any comments about the list?
I do.
Or just, yeah.
I mirror, basically what we've heard up here from, Councilmember Resendez and Morales, except for, so I think we should take a look at all of them and enact just about all of them. And, nix the fireworks show, look at which parks to keep open and which parks are in use. Rancho, Sarah Vista, I know I see a lot of people out there, animal control agreement, travel allocations, eliminating those. If it's $25,000, can we take that down to 10 or just 0 potentially? Critical training, absolutely, especially for public safety. When it comes to the rally, I think that one thing that we're not taking into account, it's funny, like when they run businesses, you never know what you're going to get when it comes to advertising dollars spent, right? So when a company spends money on advertising, you don't know what you're going to get as far as sales with that, right? But Pepsi spends a lot of money on advertising, Coca-Cola and all these companies do that. Why do they do it? To bring more awareness to the brand or keep that brand in the mind of the consumers. Our town has a lot of good things that to offer, right? I mean, we've got the wine trail, we've got the pinnacles. I think we might be forgetting that what this potentially is what the mayor said. It's reminding people of our history, of our heritage, of, you know, the past and the part that our town has played in that. It's reminding the public of all the cool things that we have to offer. Our wine trail, like I said, the pinnacles. I mean, we have meetings with the county for the Tourism Advisory Board, and this is money that could be potentially coming into our town. We're almost at parity. The whole goal was to not, you know, cost the taxpayer anything. It was to have parity between what it costs and what it costs and what we have to spend to get it to happen. And we're almost there, right? We're $150,000 away. We still have a little bit of time. But what is the potential benefit of the money that cycles through? How many times does that money filter through our economy? You know, I think that we're just looking at it as a black and white. The world doesn't operate in a black and white. It operates in a lot of shades of gray. And in that gray area, there's a lot of benefit that can potentially come from the rally when it comes to bringing people here and reminding them not to forget your wallet, spend some money, fill our hotels, camp out, have a great time, and maybe potentially do it next year. So I'm in favor of the Councilmember Morales as it relates to everything except for the rally. I think moving forward with that is, if it can be done safely, going to be a net positive for everyone.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Oh, any comments on the slide? Okay, so I think if I can just get a thumbs up and Councilmember Tianda stepped out. So I'm just going to see if I can get a majority from what we have here to move forward with the direction. Councilmember Resendez, everything but the rally. Okay, I'm going to agree with that. And then Councilmember Morales disagrees. Okay, so I think that's the direction then to move forward with those. And then at the next meeting, we will get then the projections based on those cost-cutting measures. Is that correct?
Yes, and we'll
Yes,
continue to work
thank you.
with the departments to continue to go through the budget and with staff and the whole 9 yards.
Thank you. And again, thank you to all of our city staff for coming forward and giving public comment and for and working with our city manager to work on this difficult budget year. We're hopeful that with some of these being more disciplined with some of these activities, with our budget activities, that we will be in a better position next year and years to come. That's the hope. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. Then we're going to go back to consent items. So I'm going to go to the consent item part of the agenda, and then we'll work through the agenda from that point on to get us through the rest of the night. Okay, so do any members of the council have any brief questions or comments about consent items? Okay, not seeing any. City Clerk, are there any public comments on the consent items?
Yes, we have one speaker, Joe Giacalone. He's here.
Okay, thank you. Please take-
And do you want to keep it at?
Let's keep it at 1:30. Yeah, let's keep it there.
Hello, everyone. Thought I was going to be the last one sitting in here for a minute. We received tonight's agenda late Friday afternoon, and when I went through it, I read about section 8.5, the resolution authorizing the contract to Placeworks. And within that, the city consultant, Kimberly Horn, is to update the traffic analysis. So I sent an email to Eva, who's the planner that we're dealing with, asking her, is our project analysis still included? Since we've been dealing with the city now for 5 years on our project. She said at the direction of the city attorney, because we've changed the description twice, that we were not going to be part of it. And we were shown in the past as being part of it. So I'm not sure if the city attorney realizes that we didn't request the changes before. It was by the city. There were 2 changes by the city, and then the city city consultant with 4-Leaf suggested that we change our whole project to a planned development. So that was the 3rd time. So this could possibly put a knife in our back by our project not being included in the update.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, let me just do a quick check with is there some way that we can follow up with this? Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. Please continue to work with the city staff. Thank you. Any other comments? Any other public comment cards for the consent items? Okay.
No, there are no other items,
Okay.
no other speakers for these items.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so I'm going to check back with the council. Go ahead, Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I move to adopt the agenda as presented by staff.
And we're talking about the consent items, right?
Consent agenda.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
Can I get a roll call vote? Oh,
We don't have a
sorry.
second.
Second. I'll go ahead and second it, and then can we get a roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Pache,
Aye.
Councilmember Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Morales,
No, I guess I wanted more information on 8.5 to follow up with the public comment. But everything else is
Okay, so
fine
you're saying no? No to passing the consent items?
because of 8.5.
Okay. And I will vote yes in the affirmative, so we have
I
a
need,
4 to-
I need a vote from Councilmember Deanda.
sorry.
Yes. Okay, motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Morales dissenting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so we're gonna move forward then with the rest of with our agenda, and we're gonna go on to just catching up because we went out of order here, so we're gonna go to public hearing 10.1, a resolution confirming and approving the boundary diagram and assessments and ordering the levy and collection of assessments of landscape and lighting district number 9-1 for fiscal year 25-26. Thank you. Can we get a staff report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. William Vi, Public Works Director. The item before you here tonight is the final stage of levying the assessments for landscaping and lighting district number 93-1. The proceedings started on April 21st when council initiated the proceedings. On May 5th, the council adopted a resolution approving the draft engineer's report. On May 19th, the city council adopted a resolution of intention to levy and collect assessments and setting the public hearing for June 2nd, 2025 at 6:30 p.m., which is where we are now. At the public hearing, all interested persons shall be afforded the opportunity to hear and be heard. The council shall consider all oral statements and written protests made or filed by any interested person. City council may order changes in any of the matters provided in the report, including changes in the improvements, any zones within the assessment district, and the proposed diagram or the proposed assessment. The city council may adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and assessments either as originally proposed or as they change it. The adoption of the resolution constitutes the levy of assessments for fiscal year 25 and 26. Staff prepared the final engineer's report, which includes the budget, the boundary diagram, and collection rolls for council consideration. And the recommendation tonight is to adopt a resolution approving the final engineer's report, confirming the boundary and assessments, and ordering the levy and collection of assessments of Landscape and Lighting District 93.1 for fiscal year 25-26. And to hold a public hearing. I think I didn't put that report in the
Yeah.
recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Questions on this side? No. Okay, so we're gonna open the public hearing. So I'm gonna bang my gavel. And do we have any public comments on this one?
There are no public comments for this item.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I will now close the public hearing. And any discussion from the council, deliberation, it can have a motion, et cetera.
Mayor Stevens, I'll move to adopt.
Second.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Boucher,
Aye.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
sorry, Councilmember Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Deanda,
Yes.
and Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Okay, so let's move on to item 10.2, appeal 2025, I'm sorry, appeal 2025-2, Alexander Siwak regarding the location of fencing in the Farmstead subdivision. So can we please have a staff report? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Eva Kelly, your planning manager with the Community Development Department. As we pull up the presentation, I just would like to state that unfortunately, the staff report that was submitted was partially in error. And so the title of the agenda item is correct. Staff's recommendation is correct. All the attachments you received is correct. And the first section of the background is correct. However, starting with the discussion of the appeal, it was actually duplicated from the Planning Commission. So I will be providing a corrective background information, but the item as agendized can still be heard because the important information about the title and the recommendation and the attachments were all corrected. So, and I have provided that correction information to the applicant as well. So with that being said, tonight's item is Appeal 2025-2 filed by Alexander Siwak regarding fencing in the Farmstead subdivision, specifically at 1000 and 1010 Patrick Drive. The subdivision is located at the southwest corner of South Street and West Side Boulevard. It's 14 single-family lots. The subdivision map is already finalized, but the subject is the two northern parcels, again, 1000 and 1010 Patrick Drive. Here's a sideways view of the tentative map, or the final map, excuse me, of the subdivision with north on this slide facing to the right. For some background on what led us to the appeal here today, on July 8th of last year, there was building permit applications, what we call plot plans, submitted for lots 1 and 2 of the Farmstead subdivision. And on July 26th, 2024, the city, including building, planning, and engineering staff, returned comments on those plot plans to the applicant. There was a number of comments coming from the different divisions. However, the subject of the appeal tonight focuses on the request for the staff requested that the applicant identify the fence location on the plans. It was not identified. That's one of our requirements. And it was noted by the engineering and the planning division that the fence cannot be located within the 10-foot PUE, public utilities easement, which is on the north side of these lots along South Street. And that's coming from two different sources, your municipal code and your engineering standards and specs. On March 17th of 2025, this is one of the corrections in the staff report. At the time of the Planning Commission, which is what it says in your staff report, there was not a resubmittal. However, there was a resubmittal since then on March 17th of 2025. Again, we got a second or first revision of lots 1 and 2, but it again did not include the fence locations, so those were denied on a repeat comment. And we're still here tonight with the appeal at that status. Here is the July 8th, 2024 building permit submittal. Again, a few changes were made, but this is still relevant. You can see that public utilities easement here on this is your corner lot. That 10-foot PUE is at the back of the property and the house abuts right onto there. And then here is your lot 2 at 1010 Patrick Drive. The PUE isn't shown on this plot plan. That would have been one of the comments. However, the fence within the 10-foot setback location is still the subject of the appeal tonight. Section 1716.050 of the municipal code is our code section regarding fencing, screening, and walls. Specifically from this table here, when a fence is located on a street side setback on a corner lot, the maximum height is 3 feet if it is within the 10-foot setback of that street side setback. If the fence wants to be taller than 3 feet, in this case, the proposal is for a 6-foot fence, a standard residential rear yard fence. So if it's 6 feet tall in that 10-foot setback, the discretion is subject to our city engineering department. And their review is based on 2 provisions. 1, that the fence cannot create a safety hazard, and 2, that the fence is consistent with easements and rights of way. Additionally, the 2019 Engineering Standards and Specifications has this section. This is a kind of excerpt from those standard specs, where sound walls and fencing shall not be allowed in any public easement. The applicant has requested to place the fence on the property line. So this would be at the back, not of the sidewalk, but of the landscaping strip on South Street. And the engineering department has reviewed that fence location. And while they have not found it to be acceptable to place the fence on the property line, engineering has found the fence placement to be acceptable, placed 5.5 feet back from the property line. So 4.5 feet into the public utilities easement that exists there, 4.5 feet closer to the property line than the standard 6-foot fence setback is. However, the applicant would like the fence to be placed on the property line. So they would like that additional 5.5 feet. Engineering has not found that to be acceptable or consistent with the easement. The 10-foot setback, or the setback, the 5.5-foot setback from property line that is proposed to be acceptable by our engineering staff, is consistent with this adjacent lot here. This fence is existing. It is set back 10 feet from the back of the sidewalk. So there's a sidewalk, a 10-foot landscaping strip, and then the location of the fence. Engineering's acceptable solution that was provided to the applicant would line the fence up with this fence at 10 feet from the back of the sidewalk. On September 6th, following the comments that were provided and then discussions with the engineering staff, the director, which at this time is our assistant city manager, made a formal determination agreeing with the engineering staff's determination of the interpretation of the municipal code, allowing that exception at 5.5 feet back from the property line, 10 feet back from the sidewalk. On September 17th, following the director's determination, the applicant filed an appeal of staff's determination to the Planning Commission. And this is where your staff report differs, I will clarify. And then on February 27th of 2025, the Planning Commission adopted Resolution 2025-5, denying this appeal and affirming staff's determination, and then directing the applicant to amend the plot plans, the building permit applications accordingly, showing the fence location, and again, showing that fence no closer than 5.5 feet from the property line. Tonight, what the council is considering is a second appeal, Appeal 2025-2, which was filed following the Planning Commission's denial on March 10th of 2025. And the basis of the appeal, as shown in the application, which was attached to your staff report, is that the PC, Planning Commission, denied the applicant's appeal to have the rear fences set at the rear property line of the lots. The approved tentative map and final maps require the fences to be set at their rear property lines. Staff's response to this appeal statement is that the recorded final map indicates that the PUE, the public utilities easement, is required to be kept clear of building and structures except lawful fences. Also, on August 16th of 2019, during the review of the map and the improvement plans, the engineering division did comment to the applicant to remove the fence, indicating that the proper approval would be considered when the plot plans, i.e. the building permits, would be submitted. Additionally, note 21 reflects one of the conditions on the map, which is that residential fencing shall be installed in accordance with city standards, with the municipal code, are approved prior to installation, etc. Section 1716.050 was last amended in 2014, which was prior to the project's entitlement. It was a 2015 tentative map. And so this section of the municipal code hasn't changed. The fencing requirements were available and known to the applicant at the time that they applied for and received approval of the map. Nothing has changed. And so in response to the applicant's statement that the tentative and final maps require fences to be set at the rear property lines, this is simply untrue. It's not required. It's actually explicitly required in the conditions, comments provided in the review of the application and map and improvement plans, comments provided on the plot plans, which is the time when the fences are approved, that they need to meet the municipal code in order to be a lawful fence. The municipal code also, as we discussed, gives the engineering division the authority to consider the approval of a fence taller than 3 feet. They review for conflicts with easements, which in this case is the case that the engineering division has determined it would conflict with that public utility easement and access in the future if needed, if it is closer than their exception. And they have reviewed it and proposed an exception to the applicant that would be acceptable to our engineering staff. In summary, again, staff believes that the statement made by the applicant regarding the tentative and final maps requiring fences to be set at the rear property line is untrue. They were, again, informed throughout this process of development that fences are approved at building permit to remove them from the plans, and that they would be approved at the time that we are at now in the development process. And we've proposed an acceptable exception to our engineering staff who has the authority to make this approval. The Planning Commission has also considered this report, the situation, and they denied the appeal and affirmed staff's determination as well. It is therefore our recommendation to the council to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's determination with the findings contained in our draft resolution. And again, and included in that resolution is direction to the applicant to revise their building permit applications to respond to all the comments, including identifying the location of the rear yard fences on the plans and placing them no closer than 5.5 feet to the property line. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kelly, for that report. Any questions for Ms. Kelly?
And I will say we do have our engineering staff here if you have any
Okay,
technical
thank you.
questions.
Any questions? Oh, Vice Mayor, did you have a question?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So the driveways, like for ingress, egress, going in and out of the property is going to be coming off of, for these two properties off of Lindsay Lane?
It's technically Patrick, but yes.
Okay, Patrick, I guess I was looking at Google Maps here.
Yes, so Lindsay Lane is just the north-south. Patrick technically has these 3 houses, but yes, their driveways are internally facing to the south and then to the north. So it's an unusual lot setup, certainly, but their rear yards back into South Street. So they have the street in front and a street in back.
Okay, so this is a backyard fence.
It is a
So
backyard
it's pretty
fence.
typical that it's like 6 feet tall and it has a lattice on top.
Yes,
So people
it's-
can have a backyard and do some barbecuing and have a little bit of privacy. Okay. It's really kind of all I had, so
Okay.
yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. So I just have one question, and this is more like just for clarification for the public. This may be engineering's question answer, I'm not sure. Can we just explain why we have the need for a setback requirement like this, like a 5.5, why that's important? What is the purpose of having that?
Yes, so I'll ask Dylan Albert to come up specifically for this case, but I can speak to the setback generally. Your setback is going to be for sight distance and safety on streets, and then also, as is this case, conflict with utility lines. And so the reason that we have easements generally is so that public utilities, the city, but also PG&E, your internet, your cable providers can access lines if they're there, or if in the future there becomes, 6G network needs a cable in the ground or fiber or something like that in the future, that easement is dedicated in perpetuity so that public utilities can access and place utility lines as needed in those easements. But I can speak to Dylan for the specific determination on this property.
Okay, yeah.
You handled everything.
Okay, great.
If there's any other questions
I mean,
specific to
I
this,
just want to
yeah.
just confirm. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not just like, it's just like, we just want to make just like a standard based on, there is a reason. And so if we didn't have that requirement, then we would not have the easy access to these utilities when there's a need for repair, upgrade, and or we'd have to rip up the entire fence, which that in and of itself could be unsafe, or could, if there was an emergency, could create some issues as well. I'm just asking that. Is that in fact true?
Correct, yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you for that. Did anybody else have any questions for the engineer? Okay, with that then, let's let me see, where am I at here? So this is public hearing, so let's go to public comment. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to confirm that you want to keep it at a minute and a half. We have one speaker. Okay. Our speaker is Alex Siwak.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I get 1.5 minutes to respond to all this that's gone on. At 3 o'clock, I received an email from Eva saying that the staff report was incorrectly sent. I had prepared and had given you, provided my presentation and the exhibits that go along with it. The first thing is that the rear fence is clearly set at the rear property line. Exhibit 3 is the tentative map, and right there it says proposed 6-foot wooden privacy fence along side and rear yards. That's the side and rear yards of lot 2 and lot 1. So that's an incorrect statement by planning. The condition of approval with that tentative map on exhibit 4, paragraph 18 says residential fencing shall be installed or replaced along the project's boundary. And in sentence 4, it says fencing on the perimeter of the subdivision shall be placed along all project boundaries. In the condition of approval, the improvement shall strictly adhere to the approved set of plans prepared by San Benito Engineering submitted on January 21st, 2016.
Thank you, Mrs. Sewer. I apologize. This was public comment. It was not an opportunity for a presentation. I apologize. So we are sticking to our time limit for tonight. So we've done that all night. So I will have to thank you for your comment and then come back and ask if there's any other speakers.
There are no other speakers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Siwak. Any questions?
So could you close the public hearing?
Oh, I'm going to close, we'll close the
Thank
public
you.
hearing now. And then I will check in with our council members to see if there's any other comments or questions.
Thank you. I don't have any comments or questions, but I'm prepared to move forward with the recommended action from the staff.
Do we have a second?
So to be clear, that would be a motion to adopt a resolution denying the
And
appeal.
then it's the 1 and the 2 on the slide that's in the staff report as well.
Correct.
Thank you.
Affirming the planning commission's determination and direct the applicant to revise the building permit applications to demonstrate the location of the rear yard fences of lots 1 and 2, no closer than 5.5 feet from the northern property line.
Is there a second? I'll second it. Can we get a roll call vote?
So to be clear, before you do the roll call vote, a yes is to deny.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Okay, Vice Mayor Pache,
Aye.
Councilmember Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember DeAnda,
Yes.
and Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
and Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you for that.
you.
Okay, so we're going to move on, and our next items are committee assignments. So I'm going to check in with my fellow council members to see if they'd like to report on any activities on any ad hoc standing committees or any other reports. So I will start on this side. Councilmember Resendez, anything to report?
I don't think I have anything to report, Mayor Stevens. Thank you.
Councilmember
Nothing to
Piñera?
report at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Yes, I had an integrated waste management meeting tonight, so obviously I missed it, but I will get the notes and report back to, at our next council meeting. So sorry, that was just a conflict.
No, nothing to
that's-
report.
Okay. And I'll just report that last week I sat in on the Tourism Advisory Committee, and we continued discussions around how to encourage more tourism. And we talked about how we use the TOT. So that was part of the conversation. We talked about design specifications for certain locations that provide hotel space or other kind of temporary living spaces, as well as some incentives that we could put out to our potential other developers who'd like to build other hotels and other like temporary living spaces. So we talked about incentives to bring those about. So we're going to continue to have those kinds of discussions, but it was a really good conversation. We made some recommendations, and we'll have some final decisions made later on some of those recommendations, and including some policies that we hope that will help with that. So that's all I have to report on my committee assignments. So I'm going to move on, and I'll go to council reports. City Manager.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so then I guess we're at the end. We're not going to go into closed session, and I will ask for motion to adjourn. Are we just going to adjourn? We're just adjourning. Okay, we're going to adjourn. So we adjourn and we'll to end this meeting. Thank you.